This is a horror game podcast. It is meant for mature audiences. It may contain adult language, violence, and sexual themes, as well as shocking revelations. Viewer discretion is advised. Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I are playing the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Thom Raley. Our scenario is the Saturnine Chalice. It was written by Matthew Sanderson, and it is one of our favorite scenarios to run. This is, in fact, our 11th version. I'm the Keeper of Arcane Lore, and this is a 4-hour one-shot. That being said, let's begin our journey into the darkness. It's an early March morning in 1928. Still a bit of snow here and there in the shady places of Arkham, Massachusetts. You are one of 5 university professors who are about to go on a journey together. You are headed for a conference in Ottawa, Canada, entitled Ancient Civilizations and Their Understanding of Time and Space. You packed your bags for a couple of days. You met at 9 a.m., and you climbed into Professor Mordecai Ducas's 1920 Packard. It was going to be a long trip. Outside the windscreen, the gray landscape rolled by, and though the sun was out, it was still a bit chilly. But inside the car, there was only excitement, and the conversation flowed like wine. You guys want to talk to one another at all? Go ahead.
So, Dr. Merrick, I want to know, you got anybody that you're looking to meet up with once you get back home?
It has been a while since I've been back home, I will say. I have many colleagues still that I correspond with, and I have family still in the area, but it's been a while, and I think some of them are a little angry at me. So I'm hoping that when we arrive, I will be able to connect with a few. Possibly my father. We'll have to wait and see.
You hear that, everybody? Merrick's got a strange family, so we all need to be on our best behavior.
I'm always on my best behavior, of course. Hello, everybody. Fine day for a drive.
Well, I
Sure you
suppose
are.
if you like the gray weather.
Can you give us a description of your family, Dr. Merrick, just in case we should be looking out for them?
Like me, tall, lanky. That's all the men in the family. The women, not so tall, equally lanky. We're a hardy lot. We tend to live in the woods. We're that type. But I escaped the woods and I made my way to the university, so
So it's
I'll let you
a
know if we
rustic
see any.
retreat, eh?
I'm used to the big city now, so
The trip
Well,
that you're on is going to take you through New Hampshire and Vermont and upstate New York. Around 2 p.m., you came across a small diner named Charlotte's Diner in the small town of Haverton. You think it's just a few miles into upstate New York. There was a gas pump out front, and as you pulled in, a young man in bright, clean uniform came up to you and asked, "Fill her up?"
Yes, please. Thank you, son.
It's been about 6 hours since breakfast, and you are hungry. As you go into the diner, a waitress approaches you with a pleasant, "Welcome, folks. What can I get for you?"
I don't suppose you have any specials, do you?
Why, yes, we do. We've got steak, and we got fried chicken and other stuff like that.
What do you think is the best, young lady?
I'd go for the fried chicken.
Fine, I'll have that.
Do you have a
Might as well.
salad of any kind?
I'm sorry, say that again.
you have a salad of any kind? Anything that isn't
Salad.
fried or meat based?
Well, let me see what we got in the back.
Even just a fruit cup would be great. Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like
As
some
you
dry
guys are
toast and a fried chicken, please. A whole fried chicken. That would be wonderful.
as you guys are sitting there enjoying your meal, um, Dr. Merrick uh, pulls out the large map that he has been carrying with himself, and he opens it up and starts examining it as he's going. As
I've
he's
yes, I have. I lay it out on the table so you can see. I push things aside, haphazardly. So I just sorry. I hope I didn't spill that. If you look here, I think we can shave hour to an hour and a half, just a big chunk of time if we take this shortcut. The weather's acceptable, I think. I don't think we're risking anything doing that. What do you think?
Oh, well, what matter of shortcut is it? Is this is this like a turnpike off to some other town? Is this like through I don't know, what do they got up here in upstate New York? Like National
Well,
Forest or whatever?
it's look here, and it's off the beaten path a bit. I mean, we're not that far away, really.
Oh, what do you care anyway? Immortal High? It's an adventure. Let's go.
Well, I don't
Oh,
care
that's
if we're going to be going over bumpy, gravelly roads.
Is it going to be bumpy and gravelly?
there's not much information on these maps, but if there's a line there, it's probably paved.
yeah. I figure if it's on the map, there's got to be enough to make it worth our while to travel it. So yeah, sure.
I'm just thinking it makes sense, just because we want to get there a little early if we can, just avoid time at the border and
Well,
daylight.
if you feel it looks like a good path, then I don't mind.
A delightful Rococo trip through the countryside. Sounds wonderful.
So it is. The road less traveled.
So you all finish your lunch, you pile into the car. Um, the gas attendant asks for the money, tells you what it costs, probably a nickel. And off you go. So as you're leaving, you turn off the main highway, following Professor Merrick's directions. And so it goes. The road you're on now has very little traffic and it's less maintained. For about 40 minutes, all around you are fields and hills with large stretches of woodland hugging the road. You now don't know whether you're still in upstate New York or if you've crossed into Canada. Um, Dr. Dukas, do a luck.
That is a 49 out of my 60. That's a base success.
Okay. Um, Nothing seems out of place on the road. You do notice some, piles of snow, but there are places where the snow is still a bit on the road. There's nobody plowing out in this direction. Um, as you go along, you suddenly feel, you own a car and you know how it starts to sound a little odd to you. The engine, like it's gasping for something. Shortly after that, everybody else notices that the motor is puttering, put like this, and giving some nasty sorts of noises. Um, uh, Dr. Merrick, do a spot hidden. Actually, you can all do spot hidden since you're all probably looking.
53. Success.
68, and I have
Hmm.
70, so that's good.
47 out
Okay.
of 50.
I'm a little too
As the car
preoccupied with the car.
as the car begins sputtering and starting to have sort of jerky movements, those of you who passed You notice that the gas tank is on empty.
Oh, God.
You know, Dr. Dukas, this is the last time you filled it up.
Did we not fill it at the restaurant?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
I distinctly remember the
You said
chap
fill it
asking.
up.
Yeah.
Yes, you said fill it up. I remember this.
Oh, my goodness. Have we sprung a leak?
Oh, hang on. I'll stop. I'll give it a look and see what I can find, and who knows? If not, one or more of us might be in for a bit of a hike. And I'll
Oh,
pull the car to a stop, uh, inspect underneath. Gonna be looking to see is there like a gas leak or anything like that, or
You don't see
anything of
any
note.
drips or anything. What are the rest of you going to do if Dr. Dukas is getting out?
About how long have we been driving at this point?
It's 40 minutes since you left Haverton,
I'll probably
so
get out and stretch my legs.
it's a long walk back. if you
yeah,
had
I think
to.
I'm just going to get out and stretch my legs, light up a pipe, and just start
Okay.
talking. What do you think, Dr. Dukas? We're going to learn about some Hyperborean civilization seeded by aliens.
I mean, I didn't know we were going to a science fiction convention, but perhaps.
Very good.
I got the map out on the hood while everybody's talking. I'm trying to do math and estimate at the speed we were going at 40 minutes of travel. Try to estimate where we are. I have no
Yeah.
skill that I could see would give me that.
Devastating
No, but
provincial area.
just kind of random guessing. You're currently out in the middle of nowhere, and you haven't seen another car going by in either direction for quite a while.
I say exactly those words.
Nice.
Well, unfortunately, with your shortcut, we had quite a while to go until we were going to hit the next town. So, my guess is the best way to find some gas is to head back with it. I mean, I've got a small can in the back. It might be enough if we can get back, get it filled, get back out here, fill it up, drive back there, get another full tank of gas, absolutely ream out that boy who apparently didn't even bother to fill my tank at all. And to think I tipped him generously. Oh well.
We have a leak. Do we look for a leak? We should
I don't
maybe, because if
I
you
don't
fill
see
up
anything.
You
okay.
don't see any
Okay.
leak.
Okay.
Well, I'll walk with
Also,
you,
if you-
Dr. Dukas, if only for the satisfaction of watching you confront that nasty boy.
Well,
If you try to restart the engine, it doesn't turn over at this
Oh,
point.
it's-
It's just
Hmm.
um uh before you start walking, why don't you guys all do a spot hidden again?
Just the
Basically on the road that you're on, most of what's to your left is fields with hills, and on your right it's forest.
What a hard success.
I
44.
failed.
Basic
82.
success. 44 to 50.
I am not paying attention.
Okay.
Same.
Well, Frank, as you are sort of standing there, you guys are deciding what to do. You notice there's kind of a regularity to the trees, a little bit farther up the road, as if they were trees that were purposefully planted. You think that you catch a glimpse of what might be a brick or a stone, something in amidst the trees,
Look at that.
the corner of
someone's-
something.
Someone's driveway or something planted on the sides or something.
Well, you think they'd have gas for us? We could go knock at the door and just ask.
At
Well,
the
we
very
can
least, we
hope.
could ask them for a ride.
People here are quite friendly. If it is upstate New York, they're very friendly people here. We should definitely try that.
Sure, let's
So
make our
you
way
walk-
over there.
You walk up the street a little, and you realize that you're at the corner of a large property. There is a stone, kind of those gray stone brick pilasters with wrought iron fence in between, the kind of stuff that would be for a very wealthy person. You can see that the trees have kind of grown up to hide it a little bit, but but there it is. And as you follow along the road, you come to a point where there is a large wrought iron gate. It's not locked, but it's not open either. And over the top of the gate, there is kind of a fancy, frilly work and a big giant W in the middle of it. And you can see this is a driveway going into a property.
Do we see a light or a building beyond it in the distance?
You think that there is a building. You can sort of see a cupola up above some of the undergrowth.
Bit presumptuous just to walk onto someone's property, but the alternative is a long walk.
Well, and I'll stick my head into the carriage house. I imagine there's a gatekeeper's house. Hello?
There's not. There's not.
Oh, there's not. Okay.
It's just a gate.
Then I'll cry in through the gate. Hello? Would you let us in, please?
Do the grounds look taken care of?
Yes.
Okay.
But as I say, the gates are not locked. It's just one of those, you lift the bar and just open it.
Well, maybe it's a park and there just happens to be a private residence on it. And we're invited to walk right in and up to the door and ask for...
It's always the best way to look at it. There should at least be 2 of us going in, though, I would recommend.
Like your thinking, Dr. Sneed.
I think perhaps a park is a little wishful thinking, but, presumably it's not the Winchester mansion we're going into, so we should be fine.
Well, do you think somebody should stay with the car in case somebody drives by?
Crime out here is almost non-existent. So
I don't know that we haven't seen anybody the whole time we were driving this way. I can't imagine there's many people that are going to be coming up and down these roads. Actually, with that in mind, I'm going to look at the road itself, like where there's a bit more snow out here, you said. Are there signs that this road is anything close to well-traveled?
Well, you don't see any sign of recent driving on this road.
Yeah. Well, you can see there. I mean, if people traveled this at any time in the last week or so, there'd be, tracks, tire tracks, and things of the sort there. I don't see any of that. So I think we're good to leave the car for now.
All right. Well, it's your car, so I'll let you make that decision.
Well, if all the same, if somebody left snacks in the car, maybe wild animals, I'll run and grab my snacks from the driver's side compartment. Sorry.
Yeah, perhaps that, if you don't mind. If you got anything in there, I'd rather not have a raccoon tearing its way through my interior.
I'll grab my backpack and basics, but I'm going to leave my luggage. I don't need my clothes with me.
Right. I'm just taking my handbag.
Carrying all of your luggage. Yeah. So you come back to the gate, you open it up. It opens with a bit of a creak. Close it behind you. And you begin walking up the path. It doesn't take you long before, the path winds a little bit, but it then straightens out. You can see there is a large house ahead of you.
Ooh.
That's fancy.
And
looks very well kept.
You can see that the property is kind of done in a circle. You can see other structures around the back. This is kind of the way that it lays out. You're coming up here from the bottom. You can see the house ahead of you and a circular road going back and around. There seems to be a barn on the left. There seems to be what almost looks like the Jefferson Memorial, a small version of it on the right. And you can't really see it from where you are, but there's a well in the very back.
Who are these bizarre people?
The grounds are in good condition.
I think it's rather eclectic.
I could write a paper on this property.
I imagine any kind of nice little rotunda like that, probably some kind of family crypt or something?
Do you think they're pagan? Are they worshiping? I mean, poetics talk about worshiping Pan, but I don't know if anyone's actually doing it.
Let's go have a look since we're
I mean,
here.
if they're worshiping anything, it's probably, like a statue of George Washington in there or something like that.
It looks like what you would think would be a mausoleum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rich people tend to bury their family on their own property.
Hmm.
So as you're approaching the house, you do notice that there are lights on. By the way, it's probably about, I don't know, 4 o'clock, we'll say, in the afternoon. So the shadows are growing. As you approach the house, I would like you all to do spot hiddens.
Base success.
Billiards.
16.
Yep, a success.
That's
Okay.
a hard success. Yeah.
Okay. So Gloria, we'll say you're walking a bit in the front as you come up. You suddenly stop in your tracks and you realize that on the right side of the door, there's a window, and there is somebody standing in the window staring out at you. Looks like a man with a beard, and he's as white as a ghost.
Oh my goodness. There's somebody in that window. They look unearthly to me. Does anybody else see that?
And those of you who pass do see it. And in fact, you all see it once she points that out.
Oh, definitely. Yes.
Well, that is what a house is for, containing people. So,
Oh, he's stark white though. He doesn't look right.
Hello, sir. Do you have any gasoline? Could you open the hello? Does he respond or?
He doesn't move at all.
Huh.
And it
I told you he was
suddenly
weird.
it suddenly dawns on you. It's a statue. It's a bust inside of a room, and it's placed so that it's looking out the window. It's obvious now.
Who does such a thing? That is so odd. Scaring me.
How very peculiar.
well,
So there's a
now-
couple of steps up to the porch. Who's going to go up?
now that we've all been greeted by Julius Caesar, whoever that is, let's go check this place out, shall we?
Yep. I'm
And
ready.
I know as much as the rest of you are excited to discuss pagan historicity and such things. Mind you, likely all we're gonna find here is some nice Christian charity. So I want you all on your best behavior. Okay? Let's go.
Yes, sir, Herr Dr. Professor Dukas, sir.
Horus Mordecai.
I'm hoping we find something a little more interesting than that.
I'm
So
hoping we're
who's-
finding some perfectly nice people in here.
Who's
You
going to
don't
go
get
up
out
and
much,
knock on
my
the
dear,
door?
do you?
I'm with
Who's
Dr.
going to knock on the
Sanchez.
door?
Yeah,
I will. Or we can both
Yeah.
go up. I don't know. Whatever.
So you all
I'm
move
excited.
up there, and Dr. Merrick, you knock on the door. Almost immediately, you hear from inside. You hear, "Oh dear, you're very early. One moment." You can hear something that sounds
Early.
like
How
metal
did they know we were coming?
rattling. You hear footsteps. Obviously, it's a wooden floor. The porch you're on is wooden
Interesting.
also. The door opens, and there is a gentleman. He looks like he's maybe in his late 30s. He is dressed like a butler, and he has on a kind of an apron in the front. And he introduces himself as the butler, Jeremy Linwood. And he looks kind of as surprised as you do when he opens up the door. He says, "Oh, you're not the grocer. I'm sorry. Forgive me. What can I do for you?"
I'm very sorry for disturbing you and those you're working for, but we've actually been traveling down the road out there and we ran out of gas and we don't understand it. We filled up at the previous town and the car stopped and we're out of gas. We just don't know what more to do.
Oh dear, car trouble then.
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
I
perhaps we
hold,
can help.
I hold up the can. Say, if you happen to have any spare, you can spare. I'd be happy to pay you for it.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm not sure that's necessary. Please come inside. I will go speak to Mr. Wayland, and he'll know what to do. So he opens up the door. You now see that there is a ladder in the middle of the hall, and he was apparently on the ladder dusting the chandelier when you knocked on the door.
Is that statue that was in the window visible?
That seems to be in another room towards the side. He says, please come inside out of the cold. We've been preparing. We're having a house party this evening. I thought you were the grocer bringing some supplies. Please come with me. You can wait in the parlor. And he shows you the parlor, which is the room right next to the door. He says, make yourself comfortable. I'll send my wife. She's the housekeeper. She can get you something to drink if you'd like.
Oh, most
And
excellent. Thank you.
he steps away. I would like, who came in the door last?
Probably me.
Okay. Gloria, do a spot hidden for me. There's a lot of spots hidden.
54, so that's a success.
Okay. I am going to send you a private message, and I will then describe the room that you are all stepping into. Give me a second. Let me describe the room first. The parlor, which is situated right next to the door, through another little door. It's a very nice parlor. It's warm. There is a fire going in the fireplace. There are a number of interesting things in the room, comfortable seats. There is, of course, the statue, which is on a pedestal looking out the window, which is an odd thing to do. Over the fireplace, there are 5 paintings. The one in the center is the largest, and it is of a gentleman who almost it's a formal painting, but he seems to be wearing some kind of robe. He is got a magnificent beard, and the whole thing kind of reminds you of Moses, if anything. You realize too, probably very quickly, that the statue is also, the bust is also of the same person. And it's easy enough to assume that this is Mr. Wayland, the owner. To his right, there is a picture of a beautiful woman. She looks like, his picture looks like he's probably 45, we'll say. The woman in the painting next to him, she looks like she's only in her 30s. She's got beautiful blonde hair, and she looks very dignified. And then right next to that, a much smaller painting, is a wedding painting, and it shows him and her as a wedding couple, both of them much younger. On the left side of his painting, there is another woman. She's blonde, but she looks like she's maybe only 20 or so. She's dressed in a dress. She looks very beautiful, happy. And then the final painting, which is on the other side of her, it's a picture of Mr. Wayland and a little girl. But most notably, there's no The mom's not in the picture. Okay. Uh, uh, you may talk amongst yourselves, and I will send Gloria that message.
So we reckon that this is Mr. Wayland in the middle, who loves his own image, and it's the wife and their wedding day on the right side, and the daughter on the left.
What do you suppose he's wearing? I think we've stumbled onto a family of Masons.
Wouldn't be the strangest thing out here in the country. People can get up to all kinds of things.
Well, we
How
haven't
about
seen other masonry besides that bust and the mausoleum outside.
how about the statue?
Yeah, is it wildly styled? Is he dressed as a pharaoh or something?
I'll actually show you a picture.
Nice. And are the other people in the paintings in normal clothes? Are they in their own weird clothes? Is he in normal clothes when he appears in the other pictures?
Yes, in what you'd expect for the time period. So this is the picture of Mr. Wayland.
And the statue appears to be of him. Like it looks like it's the same guy in the painting.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, it's a good guess. The statue, which is facing, do you want to turn it so that you can see it better, or
Oh no.
push your way into the?
I'm going to poke around and examine it to see if there's anything written on it. That's something
Okay.
of interest.
The statue, I don't think that it would take much to notice this. There's something odd. Normally, you'd make a statue out of, marble or something like that. And it's definitely white. But you also notice that someone has given it a coat of white paint, which is odd. It's very obviously got white paint on it, and there seems to be something scratched into the front of it.
Oh, that's an astrological symbol, an alchemical symbol. I'm not up on my medieval symbolism, but I studied the Hermetics in some detail to understand the way they described things.
Before you can before you can explore that mentally, a woman comes around the corner. She's dressed as a housemaid. She says, hello, folks. Can I get something for you? My name is Rosemary Linwood. Jeremy is my husband. She asks, can I get you something, some refreshments?
A water would be nice, Miss Linwood. Thank you very much.
All right. Tea, coffee, anything?
You have
I'll have a
parlor.
coffee.
Well,
I'm
coffee.
sorry,
I don't want it to be just difficult. Whatever everyone else is happening.
You have a beautiful parlor. Who is this? Your family?
Oh, no, this is not my family. This is Mr. Wayland's family. This is his home. We just work here. We live in a bungalow in the back.
And this is Mr. Wayland in the center here. And
Yes,
who are the
that's
rest?
Mr. Wayland. Well, that's Mr. Wayland. That's his wife, Evangeline. She's no longer with us. And that's Veronica, his daughter.
How long have you been with the Waylands?
Oh, at least 10 years. My husband and I were hired, and we've been keeping the place.
You must be very happy with the family to be here that long.
They're very good people. Mr. Wayland and his daughter are spiritual, and they keep us everything very good here. She says, "I'll be back with your supplies in a moment." She walks away. Aloysius, do an occult. Do you have a cult?
Oh gosh, do I have a cult? Because I was going to say, what was that about spiritual?
Right?
Let's see. Woo! That is an 01.
Really
Yeah.
excellent. All right. Well, you did notice that odd sort of sigil that was written on the statue. You think back that for the past couple of decades, there's been a lot of interest in spiritualism. And you think about Aleister Crowley and some of the things of the Golden Dawn and Thelema and so forth. And you
Very
recall
good. Helena, what am I
you
asking?
recall you recall that there is sort of a system of creating sigils, magical sigils, for various reasons, as part of magical spells. You look at the statue and you realize that the paint, the white paint that it's been painted with, is probably your standard lead-based paint. Uh,
Okay.
you also remember that one of the more common uh, systems has to do with magical squares.
Hmm.
Um, and the square that looks kind of like a tic-tac-toe is
Hmm.
associated with Saturn, and Saturn
Uh-huh.
is also associated with lead. So
Okay.
you had to put this together. Now, you remember how the whole thing sort of works. You got an O1. Um, so let me give you an idea. So we'll say that in your mind, you create this Camia of Saturn. Saturn is a magic square. A Camia is a magic square where all of the numbers add up to 15 in all directions.
I brought my copy of the Key of Solomon along as light car reading.
Okay. You left it in the car because it's a big, heavy thing.
Exactly. My volumes of
Uh,
Agrippa. Oh no.
so that's the magic square at the top. All of the numbers add up to 15 in all of the directions. Um,
Oh
the
gosh.
key is on the bottom with the letters and the numbers on top. Um, if you wanted to say something like, if you wanted to draw a sigil like this, you would say, let's see, how do I explain it? You start with the circle and you end with an end symbol. You would be writing here 51259.
Oh goodness.
And then you look down here on the table
Oh
and you come
goodness.
down 5, and it's going to be one of these letters. And um, by sort of process of elimination, you begin to realize that the only letters that work in this case, 51259, would spell out the word water.
Water in English too. They're using the
Well,
John
the
Dee
person,
version.
right, yeah. So, you get the concept, how you're figuring it out,
Oh yeah, I've taken all the
right?
notes down.
And you're explaining this to everybody as you're
And the
standing there.
triplets are not in order; they're in random order.
No, they are in
Oh,
order, but
five,
you don't.
five. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah,
You see, in
you
this
see,
case,
you
with
map
yeah,
the
the first letter
probabilities.
is a 5, which is
yeah.
either E, N, or W,
I see it now.
and you can't figure out anything that would be E or N, so it would have to be W. And then the WSWJ doesn't make sense, so it's WA
Hmm.
makes sense. So that being said, this is the Kemia that you're finding on that statue. Can you
Okay.
figure out what it is saying?
Um,
You're all welcome to try it. This
we
is why I said
haven't
paper and pencil.
established whether um crossing a square or having an angle in the square constitutes taking on the
It
number.
it's only the point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay.
So where the
Good
points
Christian
lie.
hospitality. You see, we've got a regular Isaac Newton on our hands.
And don't worry, I will cut out this part.
Why? No, this is part of the module. You gotta leave
It
it in.
depends. Some people, well, I mean, I won't cut the whole thing out, but sometimes it takes you guys a while to get it. And
I don't like your implication.
let's say that in the final cut, it's going to look like you're geniuses and figure it
Yay!
out very
Oh, I'm a fan of
quickly.
that.
I like that 3 is literally just clue. Wait, so is it 3-3? Because there's 2 angles, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
62121335.
Yeah. Well, now we have all the W's about, or all the words about. I think it's. Wow. Okay. There are 3 to the 8 combinations, right? Because each one you could pick 3 different ways.
Right.
Well, I think the last letter is probably not W.
It's usually easiest if you start with the first letter, then look at the second letter and see if that's possible, because a
Yeah.
lot of times it's
Mm.
not.
I think that the first letter has to be O because then the next
Yeah.
one is the consonant and
Mhm.
the other consonants don't work with it. So that's an O.
OTA.
And it can't be OTS because it's followed by a consonant, and it can't be KJ because that's not a thing, and it can't be BJ because that's not a thing. So OBS obstacle. Obstacle. It says obstacle.
Okay.
Excellent.
How could it say O? There's not enough letters.
OBSTACLE.
Yep.
621213335.
Obstac. How did they know that it was going to be the unique interpretation of that sigil? What if the sigil had more than one meaning? This must be some heavy wizardry.
You're
Well,
the linguist.
it's
Yeah.
intention has a great deal to do with it. Somebody put it there. It's obviously not part of the original statue. You also notice about this time that there are a few random books here and there. They seem to have a common theme, and that is, seems like the Waylands may have been interested in various religions and specifically angels and spirits of some sort. A few moments later, Jeremy returns, and he is closely followed by Mr. Wayland. Mr. Wayland looks very much like he does in the painting, maybe a little older. But he is also dressed in what look almost like ceremonial robes. And he comes in, he says, I'm sorry, I heard about your car running out of gas. Welcome to my home. I hope that we can do something for you. Truth is, the Duesenberg's out in the barn, and there are gas cans out there. But lately, we don't use the car very often. We have our groceries brought to us. My name is August Wayland. And he shakes your hands. I hope you're comfortable while you're waiting.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Wayland.
Love your decor.
Make yourself at home. Jeremy here, if you'd like to accompany him, he can go out and check in the barn. Whatever you like. Please make yourself at home. We have a library next door or in the next room over. We're planning on having a dinner party this evening. Jeremy thought perhaps you were either one of the guests or the people bringing our groceries. My daughter is beginning a spiritual endeavor this evening, and this will be the last day that she can enjoy company.
Oh, we wouldn't dream of crashing your daughter's bat mitzvah, but
Well, we're not Jewish.
excuse
I
me.
suppose the closest thing you could think of us as is Christian. We were all raised Christian.
Good Christian hospitality.
We're just a little bit on the more, I don't know, esoteric end of that.
Just going to choose.
My daughter is beginning something of a rather arduous endeavor tonight. Have any of you heard of Abramelin the Mage?
Not at
Have any
all.
of us heard of
Have
Abramelin?
my anthropology and my
Just
occult.
do a roll that you feel is appropriate, occult or
Yeah.
anthropology.
I got a 40 out of 45.
2 out of 65 on occult.
Oof.
Nice.
You win.
Well, my friends have never met an iconoclast they didn't like, so
I have a very high occult, but I failed that one.
He says, well, the story goes that Abramelin was trained by an Egyptian scholar in doing a kind of, well, we call it the Abramelin operation. It's a kind of mystical journey. It's a spiritual endeavor. It has to do with fasting and prayer and things like that. And supposedly, when you get to the end of it, you are able to contact your guardian angel. And the guardian angel is able to help you overcome all of the problems in your life with, we all have negative spirits that are trying to subvert us at all times, demons, if you will. I myself attempted this years ago, but unfortunately, the copy that I had, and he sort of points over to a bookshelf. He says, the copy that I had was highly flawed. It was translated into English from the French, not from the German, and the French version itself was not a very good translation. So my daughter's going to attempt it tonight.
just give Dr. Sneed here a chance to speak to you about the the praises of Esperanto, and perhaps
Yes, if
you
we had
can-
one universal language, we wouldn't need to have these translation issues. We could simply all meet on the equal international terrain, and I can go on and on and on until someone interrupts me.
He looks at you and then rather fluently says, "Oh, you speak Esperanto." And he does it in Esperanto.
Yes, ja, mi si povas Esperanton. Ĉu ne? Kial vi povas ĝin? Vi konas ĝin eĉ.
I don't know Esperanto. But he is able to converse with you for a moment in Esperanto.
I asked him,
fluently.
like, why do you know Esperanto? Was what I said.
He says, he looks at you with an odd smile on his face and says, well, it's a place I always wanted to visit. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to, we are preparing for my daughter. But like I say, make yourself at home. If you need anything, Rosemary can supply it. And
I'll collect up my
Go ahead.
can from the front, and I'll go with your man to go collect up the gasoline. Thank you very much. Do you desire remuneration? I can
oh
pay
no
for the
no no
gas.
no 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 no.
Okay.
Hospitality is an extremely important thing for us. If you need anything, please ask. Now, if you'll excuse me, and he He walks away. Yes, if you'd like to accompany me, says Jeremy, we can go out to the barn.
Yes, certainly, Jeremy. Lead the way, and I'll make my way out the front door, pick up my gas can
Is
again that I left sitting on the stoop, and follow after him.
is anyone going to go with them to the barn?
I'm seething about when he said Esperanto was a place.
I saw a library. I was excited by the library, so I'm going to casually wander in there.
All right.
I'm kind of interested to talk to Rosemary.
All right. So, you guys get a quick sort of feel for the house. It's not a huge house. The rooms in it are nicely sized. So you can sort of guess. From the door, there's a hallway going down. It kind of angles a little towards the right as it goes back. At the end of it, you imagine that's probably where the kitchen and the staff are. You can see that there's a large dining room on the left-hand side. You can see there's kind of a little hallway going off to the left, and you can see that there's a door probably going to basement. And then right next to the room that you're in, the parlor, just down the hallway, is another door going into, I assume, the library. There is also a set of formal stairs going upstairs to the private areas of the house.
Let's have a little look around, shall we?
All right. So Dr. Mordecai is coming with Jeremy. Gloria, did you want to wander towards the kitchen then, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to make my way down to Rosemary.
Okay. And the other three are going to go into the library?
I would like to stay in the room we've been in and examine the painting and sculpture in more detail and the rest of the environment.
Okay. All right. So we're splitting our group 4 ways. I love it.
We split the group.
Yeah.
So let's start with actually let's go ahead and start with Aloysius. You're looking around the room. What are you looking for specifically?
Well, we just figured out the sigil situation. It says obstacle. Obstacle. He's not using Esperanto as an obstacle. And I'm going to pace a little bit. I'll look up at the paintings. And I guess I'll look around the room. I mean, how is it furnished? How is it decorated? Are there any, say, antique daggers on the walls or masks of some kind? Or...
Well, it does seem like Wayland has big taste, and that a lot of the things that he has gathered over the years are from different parts of the world. You can tell that he's traveled. There's nothing that looks sinister or odd. He does seem to have a fascination with angels. You find knickknacks and things like that.
Cool. I'm going to look for anything that has writing on it in particular. I know there's some angelic scripts that people use. There's some magical incantations. I'm just curious if I see any of that in particular.
You don't.
Okay.
You're thinking of like Enochian and stuff.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You don't see anything like that. But perhaps maybe in the library, that's probably where you'll find more stuff like that.
Cool.
You look around the room, it seems perfectly normal, very tasteful. The kind of person who you'd imagine grew up in the 1800s, that is now, you'd guess that he's somewhere in his maybe mid to late 60s at this point.
Gosh, it's so very fin de siècle.
And the paintings are, even though they're kind of cheery, they're kind of sad, Apparently, I mean, it looks obvious that he had to raise his daughter by himself. Maybe she died in childbirth. That's a guess because there's
and
no
if she's
of her.
about 20 now, he had her and he was no spring chicken.
Well, assuming that the painting itself is a current one, it could be.
Yeah, it could be
quite
older.
a bit later.
Sure.
All right. Um, Frank and Alistair, you step into a library which is beautifully appointed. Um, it's tall. There are books going all the way to the ceiling. There's a small ladder, that slides side to side. Um, and over the fireplace, in this case, there is a large woodcut. Um, Very strange looking thing.
Well, that's
Do
definitely
any
going
of
to
you
have
have
my interest.
history or antiquities or anything
I
like
do
I
that?
have
have
library use
history.
and I have history. I've got quite good history as well.
No, I have history, but I'm not in the library.
Yeah. Uh, you can try history.
I failed my history roll.
Okay. You don't know what it is. You don't know who it is. Um, we'll get back to you. Uh, Dr. Ducasse, you walk outside. You can see that uh, the grounds are well kept. And Jeremy says, "Yes, it's over here in the barn. We used to have horses years ago, but we no longer keep horses. So now we just park the Duesenberg inside." Um, Dr. Dukas, do a spot hidden.
Yeah, sure. That is a 15 out of 50, so hard success.
You notice as you're walking kind of this northwest from the house, you can see that there is a path going from a door on the side of the house. You assume from the inside, the layout, it's probably the kitchen, um, heading towards the barn. There is what looks like a large pit. Um, you think it's maybe 6 feet across. It's right next to the path, just outside the kitchen. It doesn't look particularly deep, maybe only a foot or so deep, but it seems to be heaped up in the center with a lot of gray stuff. You think it might be ashes that are heaped up there. Um, you're not really walking directly towards it, but you're walking past it as you are heading towards the barn. Yes, it's right in here. He goes up to there's big doors on the barn, and then there's what looks like stables that are open on the side. Um, he opens up the doors, they're not locked, and there is a gorgeous Duesenberg touring car just inside the door, facing outward. Uh, on the right-hand side of it, there is what looks like a wooden sort of table built into the structure, and there are various gardening implements and things hung on the wall, and it looks like some mechanic tools and so forth. Um, you do notice that the Duesenberg is just a little dusty. Um, he says, yes, we rarely take it out any longer. Uh, I say we have our groceries delivered. He says there are some cans in the
Truly a
back. Let's
shame.
see. Yes, it's a beautiful car. Uh, you can see that there are some gas cans in the back, stacked against the back wall. You also notice that on the other side of the table, towards the back, the frame opens into what would have been the stables. Uh,
I guess I'll like take my jacket off. If you don't mind holding my jacket, sir, I'll transfer it over to my can and we can be out of your hair sooner than later.
of course.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll begin I'm gonna kind of inspect the cans. I know you don't drive much. Are any of these? I mean, I want to make sure I don't take, stale gas. It's gone bad. Do you know
Oh,
when
I
these were
wasn't
last
aware
filled?
that gas goes. I don't know. I wasn't aware when the gasoline goes stale. Um, You start picking up some cans and they feel obviously empty. Um,
Oh, well,
I, w-
that may not be the problem as I rattle an empty can. Um,
I, oh dear. I'd like you to do a spot hidden and a listen.
okay. That is a 62 on the spot hidden. I'm a little too focused on the gas cans. And for the listen, that is a 34 out of 20. So I fail that too. The only thing I'm hearing is the clattering of two empty gas cans against each other,
Yes,
as I'm making a point. Well,
he
so much for
Jeremy
that.
helps you. He starts going through and not a drop. I wonder if there's a way we can siphon some of the gas out of the car.
It's an unpleasant process, but I don't quite favor the prospect of a mouthful of gasoline. But if need be,
Uh, yes, I'll see if I can find a hose of some sort. We'll see. Hopefully, there's gasoline in the car.
thank you, sir. By the way, do you do some kind of a holiday bonfire or something? I saw on the way here. It looks like we passed a big fire pit. Um,
You mean the pit outside the kitchen? That's just where we burn certain items. As I told you, Wayland and his daughter are spiritual. Apparently, if there's a thing that is sacred, you can't just throw it in the garbage. You have to burn it. I believe that's what they use the pit for.
oh, okay. I
Um,
understand. Burnt offerings and the like. I get it.
as as he is looking for some sort of tube or hose, um, do another spot hidden for me.
That one I do get 17 out of the 50 again, so another hard success.
You notice on the ground, there seem to be a number of rather odd-looking beetles. Um, they're maybe about an inch and a half long. Um, they're brightly colored orange and black. Uh, do you have any science or biology or anything like that?
Just
Or
the base
maybe
natural world.
folklore?
I mean, I've got a cult. Actually,
Okay,
pretty good.
you can do a cult.
60 out of 65. So that's a success.
You're not sure of the scientific name, but you're pretty sure those are American corpse beetles.
Hmm.
They seem to be walking underneath the car.
From what little I know, I mean, are they collected in any kind of an occult context? Like, do they have much of a meaning other than maybe just being like a spooky, weird beetle?
They've been seen in places where corpses have been recovered in the wild, like they're attracted to rotting flesh. And there you see two or three of them, and they all seem to be walking roughly in the same direction towards the underside of the car.
I don't smell anything odd in here, do I?
Nothing.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. I guess I'll kind of look over the car. I'm gonna check the back of the car to see if there's maybe a um um another gas can in the back seat or strapped to the side of it or something, and then I'll also check underneath it to see whatever the heck those beetles are milling around.
You look, you look in all those places. You don't see anything unusual, but then you look under the car, and on the other side of the car, there are a couple of feet. They're 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 bare. Uh, there seems to be some sort of torn, white, lacy uh, thing hanging down near them, and the little beetles are crawling up onto the feet.
Now, the feet, are they standing upright,
Yeah,
or is
they
this
seem to
like,
they look like they're facing in your direction as you
okay?
look. Um, to stand back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand back up and look where there should be a person standing now.
When you stand back up, there is a person. There is a woman. She has matted, torn blonde hair. She's dressed in what looks like a filthy bride gown. And when she sees you, she opens her mouth, and there are massive canine fangs. And she raises her fingernails, which are long and sharp, and she begins to leap up and crawl across the car at you, screeching. Um, do a dexterity roll.
Okay, and that is an 84 out of 47. I fall flat on my ass, stumbling backwards.
You immediately leap back from this. You fall into the gas cans and you clatter to the floor. Um, Probably you can do a sanity roll.
That goes a little bit better. That's a 16 out of, so yeah, that's a success.
So just take a couple of points of sanity damage, and as you
Okay.
yell, all of a sudden, Jeremy comes back around the car with what looks like an old hose in his hand, and he says, "Oh dear, are you all right, sir?" And he walks towards you, and the woman is gone. He says, "Oh, you've fallen down. Please help. Let me help you up." And he immediately helps you up and dusts
Did
off
did
your suit.
did you just see her?
A,
Woman?
a woman? No, no, sir. There's nobody out here but us.
I look back under the car again,
Nothing.
around the, well, I take my
Are you?
glasses off, slowly like massage my I sorry, I've been driving all day. I had quite a
Well,
fright.
I don't think we're going to find any gasoline. Um, Perhaps we can call the grocers, and if he hasn't left yet, he can bring some gasoline out.
Well, I suppose that's the best option rather than a several hours hike back to town.
Let's get you back inside. It's chilly out here, and you seem to be under some great deal of stress. Please, and
Yes.
he looks around, as looks quite surprised.
Well,
Meanwhile, okay,
yeah, having made my sanity roll, I'm just tired, obviously.
you are shaken. Meanwhile, Gloria, you've walked down the hallway past what looks like a beautiful um, dining room. Looks like it's set for quite a few people. Um, you get to what must be the kitchen door, and what do you do? It's we'll say it's one of those swingy doors.
Well, I think Gloria has the idea of asking Rosemary a few more questions, but she's
Okay,
still got her coffee cup in her hand, so she's gonna make it seem like she's coming back there to freshen up her coffee.
okay. So you step through the door, and it's a nicely appointed kitchen. It's fairly large. There is there is a fireplace. There is a small door which you think also might go down into the basement. There is what you're guessing is a pantry door, and there is a regular like outside door, um, which you can see through the windows, leads out to the garden. You can see Dr. Dukas and Jeremy heading towards the barn. And there's also another door in the far end of the kitchen, which you're not sure what that leads to, but maybe to the back end of the house. Um, Rosemary is in there and she is chopping vegetables and she's got a pot on the stove, which she is cooking, and the aromas in here smell wonderful. Um, and she's like, "Oh, Miss, can I refresh your coffee?"
Oh, thank you so much, Miss Rosemary. That's exactly what I wanted. Um, you seem to be working so hard back here. How many people are you expecting?
Oh, wow. That's difficult to say. It could be upwards of 16.
Oh my
Um,
goodness.
but they don't always show up.
Oh, well, that's a little rude, don't you think?
It's a long way out here, and some of the invitations are just not responded to.
Oh, I see. Now, I know you mentioned earlier that Mr. Wayland and his daughter were quite spiritual. Are all these people that are coming in the same belief system that they are?
Oh, I don't think so. I think Mr. Whalen invited them simply because they all know his daughter from the
Mm,
university, and they know that she's going to be attempting this thing that she's
mhm.
doing, and they just want to wish her a good evening, a good journey. Apparently, it's going to take like 18 months.
18 months? I mean, he did say something about fasting and whatnot. I mean, how long is this poor child having to fast?
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but there's a whole thing that they do. They've prepared the upstairs. She's going to be sequestered um, for 18 months. And
And that's going to happen after this evening?
yes, it'll start at midnight tonight.
Oh,
She's going to do that. And then, I mean, we will still prepare food for her, but she'll have a very special diet. No meat, no animal products. Um,
hmm.
there's a place where we can put the plate through, a slot in the door for her. It's a kind of an old ascetic, is that the right word? Yeah, ascetic uh, practice. Um, uh, Mr. Wayland attempted it a number of years ago, but he got it wrong. At
Now,
least that's
are
what he
there any
told
like
us.
negative consequences for trying to contact a divine spirit and then messing it up?
I don't know. I don't know that much about it.
I see.
Um, that's a good question for Mr. Wayland if you get the chance to
Mm,
talk to him, or Miss Veronica when she comes down.
right. That would certainly concern me if I was Miss Veronica. But you said you and your husband have been working here for about 10 years, so that means that you've been here since little Veronica was a child.
Well, I mean, she's 33
Yeah.
years old, I believe now.
Oh,
So
okay.
she was an adult she
I
wasn't
see.
here when we first arrived. She was attending Miskatonic University.
Oh, well, how delightful. That's where all of us came from.
Oh, you're all from Miskatonic. Are you
Yes,
teachers?
we're all professors there. I'm professor of psychology. Uh, Mr. Sneed, Dr. Dukas, uh, yes, Miss Dr. Merrick and Mr. Lackey, they are all professors there.
Oh my goodness, that's Mr. Wayland. If he doesn't already know that, that's amazing.
Yes, maybe we had Miss Veronica.
Well, how long were you teaching there?
I'm not sure if she would have been there in the past 10 years or so, but I've been there for a while myself as a student also.
That's yeah, maybe you guys had classes together and just didn't know it.
Hmm.
Gloria, do a spot hidden. No, do a listen roll.
53. on my 70, so that's a success.
Okay. As Rosemary is sort of chatting with you and chopping vegetables and making the meal, um, you hear an odd noise. It's coming from the pantry, which is right near you. Um, it sounds almost like scratching or the way a cat makes a noise when it's angry or frightened, but it's very quiet and muffled, like it's coming from inside the pantry.
Ooh. Uh, Miss Rosemary, do you hear that? There's some scratching coming from out inside that door.
From inside the pantry? Well, I
Yes, I
don't
believe
know.
so.
I don't know. And she comes around the table and she walks over to the pantry and she puts her head up against the door and she listens. She says, "Well, I don't hear anything." And she opens up the door. And when she opens up the door, there is a woman standing on the other side of the door, dressed in a filthy bride gown. And she screeches like some sort of demon.
Oh, Lord.
Ooh, okay.
And she leaps forward and she buries her claws into Rosemary's shoulders. And Rosemary begins to scream. And you see this thing open up its mouth wider than you should be able to open it and bury its fangs into Rosemary's neck. There's blood that's splashing everywhere. Do a sanity roll.
Rosemary. 35, and I have 60, so I'm okay. Or no,
Okay.
that's my luck. 55 is my sanity.
Um, just take 2 points of sanity damage. Uh, you're horrified. What are you going to do? This thing is growling and tearing at Rosemary's throat.
Well, pretty sure Gloria screeched, probably jumped back, and you said Rosemary was chopping vegetables, so I'm gonna go for that knife.
Okay. You turn around, you grab the knife, and when you turn back around, Rosemary is standing in front of the pantry door, and she says, "No, I don't see anything at all." And she closes the door, and there is no monster lady.
I'm gonna put that knife behind me. Be like, oh my goodness, Miss Rosemary, that just
Are
gave
are
me a fright.
are you all right? Was there a mouse?
Oh, I swear I thought I saw a woman in a bride gown attack you. It was horrific. I'm so sorry for screeching like that.
Well, that's an odd thing to see. There's no other women other than Miss Victoria upstairs.
Oh,
She's blonde.
well, this lady, she was blonde. She was blonde, but she was wearing a white bride gown, and her face, it did not look right. It didn't.
Perhaps, perhaps it's hot in here. Maybe you should. Let's take you in and have you sit down. I'll make you some more. Would you like some tea?
Maybe just a glass of water, something cool.
Okay. She gets you a glass of water and she escorts you back to the library where the others are. Um, those of you who've gone into the library, is that everybody, all four groups? uh, as you're in the library, you've seen the thing over the door. There's quite a lot of books. Bookshelves. You also notice that there is a large lectern uh, and a very fat book sitting on the lectern. Do a spot hidden as you're looking in that direction.
And that's for all of us?
As yes, if you're in the
Okay.
library. We can even say, Dr. Mordecai, you've come back to the house.
And
1765.
Maybe you're down the hallway at this point.
I've
Who
wandered over
passed?
from the adjacent part.
Okay.
Failed mine.
So Dr. Alistair, you look over at the lectern. It is a beautiful lectern. It seems to be, it's very large. It has an eagle with its wings spread out over the book.
Whoa.
There's something that you probably notice on it.
Oh, it's another one of the guys. Okay.
The
Mhm.
guys. Look at that.
One of
Wait
the
a minute.
guys.
It's 7948. Oh no.
Oh, fun.
799.
799
Yeah.
165.
So you're very good at that. GPY IR. Pearson PIRSON.
Really close.
PIR.
Prison.
PR. Yeah.
Prison.
There you go. Prison. Excellent.
Spooky.
Dr. Mordecai, you come in the front door, you're down the hall. Jeremy says, please, we'll call Sam the grocer. And just down that little sort of side cubby, you can tell that there's probably a restroom there, and there is a cutout in the wall for the phone. And he picks up the phone, dials the numbers, and says,
And if he can
"Oh,
bring
yes.
me a travel container of his finest coffee, I would appreciate that as well.
Yes, he conveys all of this. Their car has broken down. They seem to be out of gas. Could you
Coffee.
bring a couple of tins of gasoline and some coffee?" He says, "The finest you have." Very good.
Good Christian coffee for Dr. Dukas.
Very good. Thank you. Yes. And he hangs up and he says, he will be here as soon as possible. He has to close up the shop at 6:30, at which point he'll be bringing things out to us. And he should be able to give you what you need then. However, I think that I could speak, I wouldn't speak for Mr. Whalen directly, but considering that you'll be delayed for quite some time, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if you joined us for the festivities this evening.
Would you like any assistance with your ceremony?
Oh, I don't think so. I think that's it. The ceremony's entirely done by Miss Veronica once she starts. However, you can join your friends in the library. And if you need anything, just, call out. We'll come.
Oh yes, thank you, sir. Well, Mr. Lackey, I suspect your masculine energy would interfere with the woman's feminine touch of the divine.
I suppose you're right. What do you make of all this iconography?
Well, if it's good enough for Isaac Newton, I suppose it's good enough for a man such as Mr. Wayland. Delightful taste in cars, by the way. But it's possible I may need one of you to take over driving once we are able to get gassed up, because I don't know how much you caught of that little conversation there, but we're unfortunately out of luck. We've got to wait for more to be brought in from the grocer. They didn't have any left in the carport.
We'll consider it a cultural adventure.
Friends of Dr. Lucas, why don't you do a spot hidden? And if you pass, you notice that Dr. Lucas is a little shaken up by something. And friends of Gloria, you also can do that. And if you might notice that she's pale and quite disturbed by something that she's seen.
I succeeded then. I asked Gloria what's going on. How are you?
I missed something.
Oh, strange happened in the kitchen when I was in there with Miss Rosemary. I swear I heard scratching coming from the pantry door, and I asked Miss Rosemary about it, and she went and opened the door, and this woman was standing inside the pantry wearing this ratty old bridal gown and just looked horrendous. And then she attacked Miss Rosemary, and I went to go for a knife because I thought, well, I'm next. And I turned around, and there's no one there except Miss Rosemary, and everything's fine. I looked right awful. I swear she probably thinks I've gone crazy.
Are you
A
okay?
woman, you say? Dressed?
Yes, she looked very monstrous, almost demon-like.
Well, what do you think?
Dirty dress?
Yes, it was. It was tattered, grungy.
You both realize that you think you've seen that dress and woman before. It's in the other room, the second painting.
Miss
That
Sanchez,
that
did you
woman.
happen to see the one in the painting?
Yes, I think. Are you talking about the wedding photo with Mr. Whalen?
One and the same.
Yeah.
I think
Now
I,
that you mention it, that dress did seem very similar.
I'm gonna sit down for a moment. Hmm. Well, looks like you and I perhaps both are a little overtired. I had a brief hallucination of the same sort of thing while I was in the carport. The trick of the light, I suppose, or something. But I think I might need to take a bit of a rest when we take to the road again, and I may need to let one of you take the wheel for a few hours.
Oh, surely that's understandable. If you saw what I saw, oh my Lord.
Well, I think the two of you seem shaken up. You'd better take a seat or rest. There's a huge house here. Maybe um, they'll let you use a guest bedroom to just lie down for a few minutes. It sounds like we'll be here through dinner at least.
There
I
are
mean, I
very
would,
comfortable couches. You can just sit
right,
here.
I would feel much safer being amongst you all than going off into another room in this house by myself.
Would you
I, for
like me to
one,
fetch a drink for you or anything, or some tea or anything? I can go back to the kitchen.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Merrick. Miss Rosemary, she did give me some water, but I would like a refill.
I'll make
I'm
that
quite
happen.
curious about the ceremony itself.
Aren't you all forgetting where we're supposed to be going? We don't have all that long to get to our conference, and I'm really
Well,
looking
actually,
We
you got a
forward
do.
couple.
to.
You got a couple days.
Okay,
You,
okay,
you
okay.
intended to get there and relax. And
Well,
Well, I'm still
unfortunately,
anxious about it.
it's gonna be an overnight drive unless you happen to, I don't know, have say a petroleum distillery in your pocket there.
You know, I left it in my other slacks. Darn it.
Uh, sometimes,
Slacks.
sometimes even the most preparation leaves a man empty-handed. I understand. I don't blame you.
Thank you, Dr. Dukas.
But the grocer will be, he's going to be bringing gasoline. I'm sure we'll, once we've got that, everything will be fine.
That's the hope.
In the meantime, and Dukas kicks back on the big comfy couch, takes off his jacket, kind of lays it over his head. We can just rest here and avail ourselves of some nice Christian hospitality.
I'm not
um,
actually sure they're Christian.
Mm. Esoteric, Mr. Whalen said.
Hmm. There is definitely Christianoid language in the other room. And there's this big book on the lectern that might tell us a little more. Is it a Bible or something?
it is, in fact, a very large Bible. And you
See?
notice there are two bookmarks in the Bible.
Virgin
Yeah.
in the Bible.
See, just so, in case you're not aware, there is a good long history of Christian wizards and Christian wise men and sort of adjacent things from the very beginning of the religion.
Are you going to go over to the book and look, see what's
Mm-hmm.
marked?
It's
Yeah.
it's one of the binding features of the Abrahamic religions. Just as the Christians have their wizards and wise men, so do the Jews, so do the Mohammedans. It's a shared tradition.
Well, what do you know about anything where a ritual, a divine ritual, would take 18 months for someone to achieve? Because that's what Miss Rosemary told me. It was going to take Miss Veronica to do this ritual for 18 months.
I'd say that's
18
British
months.
talk. In the Eastern Roman Empire, the Stylites would spend their entire lives atop pillars, doing nothing but prayer and contemplation, kept alive merely by the goodwill of the folks around them. I don't think she plans to spend nearly that long sequestered away by herself. So,
Oh dear. Yes, they said the door is going to be shut and they are going to slide her food and drink through a slot in the door to her.
Tom, do I know anything, being anthropology professor, that this is similar to anything I've ever heard of before?
It's definitely stuff that you're aware of in Christian early Christianity. The idea of monasticism in the very beginning hadn't quite caught on, but it started with anchoritism, where people would go out and live in tombs and in holes in the ground, and as he said, stylites living on top of pillars. Um, and they fasted and they did various ritualistic things in order to subjugate their bodies, you know, to not let the material body rule them, but their spirit. So there's been all kinds of things like that. Who went over to the Bible? Was it Frank?
I did. I did.
Okay, Aloysius. This is what the first thing opens to. Book of Genesis,
Oh
chapter
God.
3.
Not Genesis chapter 3, verses 21 through 24. And the Lord God made Adam and for his wife, prepositions. And the Lord God made for Adam and for his wife coats of skins and clothed them. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us. It's Elohim, which is in the plural, but it's sort of a plural as singular, the way we refer to the heavens. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand. Well, no, the man has become one of us to know good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent mankind forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of Eden the cherubim and the flame of a sword which turned every which way to guard the tree of life. I love that.
And the second passage is this one. A little bit more.
Oh, Ezekiel chapter 1. This is another great one. In the 30th year, on the 5th day of the 4th month, while I was among the exiles by the river Kebar, the heavens opened, and I saw visions of God, and the Lord's hand was upon me. I looked and saw a whirlwind coming from the north, a great cloud with fire flashing back and forth and brilliant light all around it. In the center of the fire was a gleam like amber, and within it was the form of 4 living creatures. And this was their appearance. They had a human form, but each had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their legs were straight, and the soles of their feet were like the hooves of a calf, gleaming like polished bronze. Under their wings on their 4 sides, they had human hands. All 4 living creatures had faces and wings, and their wings were touching one another. They did not turn as they moved. Each one went straight ahead. The form of their faces was that of a man, and each of the 4 had the face of a lion on the right side, the face of an ox on the left side, and also the face of an eagle. Their wings were spread upward. Each had 2 wings touching the wings of the creature on either side, and 2 wings covering its body. Each creature went straight ahead. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go, without turning as they moved. In the midst of the living creatures was the appearance of glowing coals of fire, or of torches. Fire moved back and forth between the living creatures. It was bright, and lightning flashed out of it. The creatures were darting back and forth as quickly as the flashes of lightning. I think it's the Revised Standard Version, Frank. Maybe the new Revised Standard Version.
You check, it's 1901, uh, something like that, revised American version,
Sure.
new
This is a
translation.
newer Bible. It's not some trad. I mean, he hasn't had this for more than 30 years. It's not some 17th century thing that's been handed down. It seems like a recent project.
You look around and you realize there are probably a few Bibles, probably some Korans, some uh, he definitely has been collecting religious texts, including multiple versions. You in fact notice on one of the high shelves is the Key of Solomon, which you are intimately familiar with. And there is a book. It is a black book on the shelf, and uh, it's got a long title, but you're pretty sure that it is the Book of Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage.
There you
You
go.
have.
What do you think of all this psychologically, Dr. Sanchez? Does this scream of eccentric, aesthetic spiritualism as fad? Do you think this is a really fanatic individual who believes this? What is your read on this situation? Dr. Sanchez.
I'm so sorry. Could you ask that again?
No worries. It's a disturbing and confusing circumstance. I was wondering psychologically, how does this come off to you? Is this an aesthetic pursuit by an eccentric billionaire or some sort of real earnest belief? I mean, maybe this is all just some sort of niche hobby.
I really don't feel like it is a hobby, sir, to try this ritual yourself and then fail, then quit afterward, maybe just like a passing phase, but then to also think that your daughter should do the same thing in order to achieve contact with divinity. I think it goes a little bit further than that. I'm saying I don't believe this is a hobby. He's got his household staff on board with this. They're having a party with all their friends. No, he completely believes that his daughter is going to be able to contact an angel.
Noticing that book on the shelf, did you want to take it down? This is apparently the thing that they were talking about, the ritual.
Hmm. What do we think, fellas and ladies? Everybody, folks.
From under his jacket on the couch, Dr. Dukas is like, well, of course he believes it. What fun would it be to be an esoteric Christian magician if you didn't?
Well, you know,
Yeah.
there are people that become interested in something and try it out and figure out things don't go the way they wanted them to, and then they'll put it aside. And then,
Dabblers.
right. And then there are people that completely jump into something and then have a mania about it, where they think it's actually going to happen. And so, him having his daughter doing the same ritual, it's very disturbing to me.
Well, Mr. Whalen doesn't strike me as the type to be, like an ironic sex pest like that fool Crowley. So that just leaves a true believer.
Just because he had sex with men doesn't mean he's a pest.
Well, I mean, if you've ever met him, 10 minutes in the same room with him, uh, who he has sex with has nothing to do with his nature being a pest.
That's perfectly reasonable.
It's always
You are
quiet
discussing
day,
this.
Dr. Dukas.
Besides,
As you are
there's a classic. There's plenty of classical instances of homosexuality that are far more respectable than his, wizard or not.
As you are discussing these interesting topics, you hear steps coming down the hall, and Mr. Wayland once again comes around the corner. He says, Jeremy has told me to be delayed. I certainly would very much like for you to stay if you'd enjoy staying with us. it's basically just a dinner party, and after which my daughter will be going upstairs. Um, you're
So
certainly
Veronica
welcome.
will be attending, so we'll get to meet her?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes. Now, you
Hmm.
said before that you had attempted this ritual yourself and had failed.
The
Um,
Abramelin operation, yes.
right. Um, is there any consequences to having tried a ritual and failing it, such as one where you're trying to contact divinity?
Not in this case. I mean, there certainly is. There are things that, people have attempted in the past, especially in medieval times, that were quite dangerous. He points up to this Key of Solomon, and he's like, that has limited uses, and some people misused it to a great extent. But my problem was caused by that, and he points at that black book. He says the problem is, and he reaches up and grabs it and pulls it down. He says the problem is, he sort of fiddles through it. He says, is it was translated from the French. You see, this was written by uh, uh, Abraham of Worms in Germany, in the German language. And when they translated into French, either they purposefully altered it or just didn't do a very good job. So when I followed the operation, um, I believed that it was only to take 6 months. And it was sometime after that that I obtained a much better copy from the German, which said 18 months. Uh, but I don't feel that I am up to the attempt my daughter's going to attempt. It was rather arduous for 6 months. Um,
Well,
here, take.
I did ask Rosemary because I was quite curious about this ritual, and she said Miss Veronica is going to be sequestered in her room for 18 months. And you yourself just said 6 months was very difficult, and I'm assuming you tried this when you were a younger man. Aren't you
Not that much
worried for your
younger.
daughter?
Not that much younger. I tried it a few years ago. You see, I've been trying to, people who are spiritual have crises of faith. Um, After my wife died giving birth to my daughter. It was very difficult for me. And it was after that that I sort of became interested in spiritual things in the hopes of finding out if there is anything after. And I decided to attempt the Abramelin operation in the hopes of actually meeting my guardian angel, at which point I could ask him, you know. Um, I may have been a little too presumptuous in thinking this. But along the way, my daughter also became interested in this sort of stuff. She went to Miskatonic. She studied some of the esoteric literature, and it's her choice. A person can't ask another person to do this, but it's all written here in this book, and he hands it to you. Um, uh, but as I say, please, join us for dinner. Guests should be arriving very soon, and Rosemary is a very good cook.
I did
Uh,
have one more question for you,
of
Mr.
course.
Wayland. Um, Dr. Ducasse and I,
Uh-oh.
the Mary, and she had a white bridal gown on.
Hold on just a
Mm.
moment. I lost contact there. So You were about to ask me something, and then I lost it. So can we go back? Oh, did I lose it again? Damn it. Okay, are we back?
ITT bingo.
It happens once in a while.
Can you hear us?
You were about to ask me a question, and that's right where it cut out. So I can cut this part out, please. Ah, shit. What the hell?
Oh dear.
It just keeps cutting me out. Hold on.
It's stuttering, yeah.
Let me do something.
Okay.
You-
Oh,
If it was me, it's because I'm Canadian and Elon Musk is trying to cut me out of fun until,
Yeah.
we become the 51st state. Tom will edit that out.
Yep. Well, they're gonna have to set up the
I don't
Great
think I got
Firewall
it.
of the USA. So
Um, besides, it doesn't make any sense. Aren't you going to become like the 51st, second, third, fourth, and fifth?
We would be the
You're
biggest damn state.
huge.
Like, we would be so
Yeah.
big.
Um, so still okay. Hopefully we've stabilized. All right. Once again, sorry.
No, you're fine. Mr. Wayland, I was wanting to ask you a rather delicate question. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but Dr. Ducasse and we had a rather odd experience. He was outside and I was in the kitchen with Miss Rosemary, but we both saw this very odd woman, and she was a blonde, and she was wearing a white bridal gown, and she acted rather violently when I saw her. But has there been a figure like that roaming around your grounds?
Not that I'm aware of. Stranger walking around our grounds.
I don't know. It just seemed very odd that we would see the exact same person. And looking at the portraits on your wall there, she looks very similar to your wife.
My wife, Evangeline.
Yes.
Well, I don't know what it is that you're seeing. My wife, Evangeline, passed away in 1891.
Would
It's quite a
would
while
Miss
ago.
Veronica, does Miss Veronica look a lot like your wife? Would she be playing pranks on us before her sequestering?
Oh no, she's upstairs, definitely. She has preparation prayers and so forth to read that she's reading right now. Um, she won't get a break until about 8 p.m. Um, no, she wouldn't. She wouldn't be doing anything like that. Uh, I have no idea.
That's very strange. Very.
Well, I also have some preparatory stuff. Uh, I'll see you at dinner or shortly beforehand. Um, Perhaps you are getting a little too stuffy in here. You can walk around the grounds if you like.
I believe I might do that. That sounds like a very good idea.
Yes, make sure he turns to Jeremy. Make sure they have anything they need. Uh, perhaps they're dehydrated.
And
And
thank you,
he
Mr.
says,
Wayland.
"If you'll excuse me," and he turns and goes out. Now he handed you that book. You guys want to take a look at it?
Oh,
Obviously, you're
oh,
looking at it.
joy.
Oh, yes.
There's a preface in it which I summarized, but by the way, this is a real book. Uh, this is what it
Ricardo
looks like.
Burns.
I'll get this one.
Somebody,
Yeah.
The Book of Abramelin is a 15th century grimoire written by Abraham of Worms, 1458, a Jew from Worms, Germany. The focus of the book is a long and complex ritual known as the Abramelin operation, which is named after the mage who taught it to Abraham. It presumably allows its achiever to contact their holy guardian angel. There are numerous benefits from knowledge and conversation with one's holy guardian angel. Initially, this allows the magician to summon and bind a myriad of demons so they can no longer have a negative influence upon the magician's life. Following this, the magician has the ability to use a number of magic squares in the book, giving them access to a wide range of powers. For example, premonition, transmogrification, flight, invisibility, conjuration, etc. The text advises these powers are only to be used when there's a true need for them. Copies of the text from the 15th century have been found written in German and in Hebrew. The book returned to popularity in 1897 when Samuel Little MacGregor Mathers published the Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage, his translation of a French edition from 1850. Mathers was one of the founders of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The book became particularly important to members of the order, such as Aleister Crowley, especially when he later developed the mystical system of Thelema. The Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage is divided into 3 books. Book 1 is a letter from Abraham to his son Lamech, explaining that the knowledge imparted in this collection will be his inheritance. Abraham then outlines the quest he undertook to obtain the veritable and sacred magic that has been passed down through the ages and ultimately to him by Abramelin the Mage. Book 2 contains the very detailed and complex instructions on how to perform the Abramelin operation. This involves months of prayer and studying of religious texts in a precisely constructed environment before the magician's holy guardian angel will appear. After this, the magician summons and binds the demons of hell. Book 3 contains a large number of magic squares and explains the powers that each one grants. They can only be used once the magician has communed with their holy guardian angel. Its systematic and scientific-like approach to magic made the book popular with occultists of the period, but it also developed a reputation as being dangerous. Because it detailed how to bind demons, some believed that dark forces desired this knowledge to be suppressed, and it therefore put owners of the book in danger.
Now, the other thing of note is the book's cover itself has what looks like a magic square made out of letters. It's those of you who have history or especially occult might recognize it as a very famous one, Satar Aripo Tenet Opera Rotas. And it's spelled that in more than just the 2 directions, but back and forth and sideways. And it's also a palindrome that if you go from the bottom to the top, it's the same thing. Do any of you have Latin?
The sower Arepo does a thing. He holds the wheels with care.
Yeah, well, fairly close, yeah. There's a lot of dispute about what it might mean, but yes, that's very close. Oh,
Yeah, with it, Dr. Dukas has Latin,
okay. Well, you got it.
at least.
Basically, it's saying that I guess God designs things the way they are for a reason, and they work. Just as you guys are standing there looking at this, you hear a knock, bump, bump, bump on the front door, and you see Jeremy walk past the library, heading towards the front door. You hear him open the door, and you hear a voice that says, "Jeremy, how are you doing? Ah, Mr. Goodman, how are you this evening? You've arrived for the party." And he says, "Yes. Please come inside, Mr. Goodman. There's been kind of an interesting development. A number of professors from Miskatonic University, their car has run out of gas, and they're currently in the library. They're going to stay for dinner, I believe." He says, "Oh," he says, "that's interesting. Miskatonic is a very famous university." And coming around the corner is a very handsome-looking gentleman. and he steps forward and he says, my name is Lester Goodman. Uh, I hear you're professors at the Miskatonic University.
Indeed,
we
that we
are.
are.
Yes, pleased to meet you.
Yes,
As
well, we
well.
had an unfortunate car breakdown down the
As
road.
Jeremy
Maybe
was
you
saying,
passed it
yes.
on your way here.
Oh, yes. Fine looking car. Says, uh, you're in for a treat tonight, aren't you? Did they tell you what this is all about? Miss Veronica beginning the Abramelin operation.
Yes, in the broad strokes, Mr. Wayland explained it to us. I'm Dr. Mordecai Dukas. This is my compatriots, Gloria Sanchez, Aloysius Sneed, Dr. Alistair Merrick, and Dr. Frank Lackey.
Well, it's very nice to meet you. Uh, Miskatonic is a very lovely university. I've got many clients that contact me from there.
What business
I
are you in,
am.
sir?
I have a place in the Back Bay of Boston.
Hmm.
It's Goodman Rare Books and Acquisitions.
Oh, very interesting.
I've become friends with Wayland because, well, he's probably told you a number of years ago that he attempted the operation himself, but he had the stupid Mathers copy. Oh, that's the Mathers copy there. Um, I was able. He put out a notice to various book dealers around the country, hoping that they would be able to find a better copy of it, and I was able. So I supplied him with the translation from the German, which is much, much more accurate than that French copy.
Oh,
Um,
so you're a believer as well, or you're
oh
just
no, no,
curious
no,
as to what is to happen?
not particularly. He invited me because this is an important occasion for his daughter, but no, quite honestly, I don't have much in the way of beliefs.
Hmm.
Uh, I believe in being a good business person and treating my clients fairly. And he hands you a business card
Oh,
with
thank you. I'll give him
his name on
mine.
it. He says, "Do any of you mind if I smoke?" And he pulls out his pipe.
Yes, actually, I do mind, but I can
Oh,
step into the other room.
oh,
That's all
you're
right.
sensitive. No, 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 no.
I have a
It's quite all right. I'll abstain while you're in the room.
touch of.
Uh,
Thank you.
well, are they treating you well? Rosemary and Jeremy giving you everything you need? It's a shame about your car.
Yes, we can't seem to find any gas anywhere. You wouldn't happen to have a can in your car, would you?
Oh, I actually was dropped off.
Oh, well,
Hmm.
other than that, they've been very hospitable.
Did they suggest calling the grocer? He's
Oh,
probably
yes.
left
Already on it.
already.
Yeah, he should be
Excellent,
bringing out some additional gasoline for us. Yeah,
excellent.
they've been quite kind. Good Christian hospitality.
Well, indeed, of a sort. Did you guys want to let's take a 5 minute, 10 minute break? This is a
Yeah.
good spot.
Yep.
You had said you were thinking about going for a walk outside to clear your heads.
Yes, definitely.
Before it gets dark for sure. This time, what time of
Yeah.
year is it, Keeper? I'm sure. Sorry.
March. It's
March.
March, so
Okay.
it is getting dark early. Plus, you're surrounded by forests, so the it just has to get past the tree line, and it starts to get darker.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't think Gloria wants to go too far. She just wants to breathe some fresh air.
Well, we
well,
can walk
the
around the circle.
Mm.
yeah, the yard's not huge. All right, so are you all going to go for a walk?
I
Okay,
suppose
you're
I'll
gonna
join you.
you leave Mr. Goodman uh, in the library. All right, so you step out the front door And you walk down to this circular path, and you begin. Do you want to go? Let's say you go towards the barn. Um, you walk around that side, and you can tell that the barn itself is not a really old structure, but it has been well maintained. Um, looks like he could have had 3 horses at some point, which would have been very nice. But there's no horses any longer. Next along the path you're walking towards it is the well. It is an old-fashioned stone well. Um, you're guessing that there may be another well now that the house actually draws from in the ground. Um, but this well is it's old. It's made out of large stones. There is a little awning, thing over the top of it and a bucket that hangs there. You guys want to go over and take a look at it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the well. Maybe throw a penny in.
Well. Yeah.
So you walk over towards the well, and I would like you to do a power. You're all walking towards it, so power.
I don't like the sound of that.
Powerful. I don't think I'm very powerful.
Oh, success. Thank God.
Fail. I have 55 and I rolled a 78.
Fail as well.
I rolled a
Yeah.
51 and I have 65, so that is a success.
Okay. So who failed? I know Gloria failed. Mordecai
Dukas.
failed. All right. So Gloria and Mordecai, you're in the front. You walk over towards the well. And just as you are a few feet from the well, you feel kind of chilly. Now it's kind of chilly already, but it's almost as if, that what they say is it feels like somebody's walking on your grave. You feel suddenly, yeah, um,
You got the goosebumps.
yeah, you got the goosebumps. And as the two of you step forward and look down into the well, about 4 feet from the top on the inside is that bride thing clinging to the rocks inside and crouching. And as you look down, she growls and starts to climb up towards you. You guys can do sanity rolls.
Okay, 14 out of 63. That's a success.
She must really like us. 23, so I'm good.
Okay, you can both take 2 points of sanity damage, but you both yelp and jump back from the well. Aloysius, Alistair, and Frank. You see your friends jump back from the well.
What is it? What are you seeing there?
It's that demon woman again. She's down in that well, I tell you.
Good Christ, really?
Can one of you gentlemen give that well a quick look?
Let's have a look. I'll go look.
As you step forward to the well and you look over the edge, it's like that feeling you get when there is a spider just out of sight, but you know it's there. And as you look over the edge, that thing is there. And it looks at all 3 of you one at a time and begins to howl and climb quickly towards the top.
Oh, God Christ. You're right.
Oh, thank God somebody else saw her.
As you jump back, nothing comes out of the well. But I would like you all to do another sanity roll. Wait, you guys have to do your sanity roll for seeing her. Do that.
Oh, that's
Take 2 points, or if you failed, 1d4.
Even those of us who didn't look in the well.
Oh, if you didn't look in the well, you
Oh, I
didn't see
looked in the
anything.
well. So I
Oh.
passed 44. I passed on. What do
So
I take?
just 2 points.
2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is just for the characters that
Just for the
just
ones
now
who,
saw.
the second
Okay.
people who just looked. Yeah.
Okay.
Aloysius, since you stood back, you see them all freaking out about something in the well, and suddenly a hand touches you on the shoulder. You can do a sanity roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna spin it. 77 over 60,
Okay.
less than 77.
In
55.
this case, you're going to take 1 point of damaging of sanity damage.
Oh,
Mr. Wayland is standing right behind you, and he says, "Are you all right?"
oh,
Uh,
Mr. Wayland, you
you-
just
you-
startled me.
you, uh, is everything all right? Everybody seems to be suddenly disconcerted.
Mr. Whalen, have you checked your well?
My well?
I think
Uh,
there's someone in it.
Yes, it's that same woman I was telling you about earlier. And this time they all saw her.
He steps forward and he goes over and he goes, "Something in the well." And as he leans forward, these 2 clawed hands reach up and they grab the sides of his face. And
Excellent.
you can see they just dig in. You hear him yelp, and the thing rips him down into the well. You see his feet kick up in the air, and splashes of water and blood start shooting out of the well. All can do once again a sanity roll.
Yes.
Mr. Wayland, we killed
I've been
Mr.
inured
Wayland.
to people getting sucked down wells. and
Somehow
bloody
I passed
geysers.
again.
I rolled an 18.
Oh, I
Okay.
did fail
If-
that one.
If
Oh,
you
yeah.
pass, take a couple of points. If you fail, 1d4.
1d4.
Well, that's 3 out of my 5 for just standing here at the well. So
And well, it's all at once, so you're fine. And then once again, you all yelp, you all sort of scream and step back. And Aloysius, once again, you feel a hand on your shoulder. And when you turn in terror, Mr. Wayland is standing there, and he says, "Are you all right? My God,
Mr.
you're all as pale as a ghost."
because of the statue.
And we can all see Mr. Wayland?
Oh yeah.
But
And he looked very concerned. "Are you all right? You seem to have been very badly startled. I apologize if I startled you."
wonderful. This is a magic trick. I understand now.
Well, if this is a magic trick, I want it to stop.
Marvelous.
magic trick?
You had me believing that there was a feral goddamn woman in that well. Well done. How did you do it?
Mm-mm.
I beg your pardon, sir. I really don't have any idea what you're talking about.
No, come on. I call bullshit.
Beg your pardon. Language. No, he doesn't do that. I'm truly sorry, sir. I don't know what you're talking about.
All
I
right,
thought
all
I'd
right.
come
I'll play
out
your
and
game
see.
a little longer.
I thought I'd come
have
out
the
and
next
take
one.
a look and see how you're doing. Do you need anything? Can I send Jeremy out with something?
How are the preparations from the party? Have the grocers arrived yet? Did they bring gas?
They haven't yet, but we expect
Hmm.
them soon. Some of the others, Mr. Goodman has arrived. Gentlemen, if there's nothing that you need, I'll beg my, I'll go back in the house. Do try to, there's nothing that can hurt you out here.
Mhm.
And he looks at you rather oddly, and then he He walks back to the house.
See, I submit that we are in the presence of an accomplished illusionist.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, he's acting like we've gone batty or something. And I mean, we're all seeing things. Do you think there's something floating around this house? I mean, it's old. There could be mold spores or anything. You think we're hallucinating?
Well, you're
Anything's
the
possible, but we'll get to
psychologist,
the bottom
Miss
of it.
Sanchez.
I mean, the only thing that has me perplexed is that we're all seeing the same thing. I mean, I could understand if we were seeing different things, but we're all seeing the same thing. Mr. Whalen's acting like everything's peachy keen.
Hmm. But if we
Yeah,
are
there's-
seeing the same thing, then that seems to support Mr. Lackey's theory that there's some sort of thing that we're being shown. You're the great artist, Mr. Lackey. I'm sure you could imagine how you could compose a sculpture and place it.
I think we should proceed with some more observation, and we'll get to the bottom of this mystery.
Well, speaking of art, I mean, we did all see the picture of Evangeline on the wall, and maybe we did breathe in something in that house that's affected us, and we're all like manifesting her because we saw her portrait or something.
Or perhaps the portrait was merely one of a series of suggestions which put the image of that woman into our minds, and now we see her everywhere we look, in the well, in the cabinets, all kinds of places.
Yes, that could be. She is a striking woman.
You're
I
the
would-
psychologist. I should think you'd know more about this than the rest of us.
Well, I would certainly like to think it was something more the physical that was affecting us and ghosts.
As you are standing there
One
on
thing
the
is sure,
road,
we have nothing to fear.
Oh, I hope not, but I know my heart's been racing ever since seeing that thing, and I can't have to see it again. It's not good for my health.
as you are standing there, I would like you all to do spot hiddens.
Fail.
45 over 70. So success.
71 over 50 fail.
54 to 50. Yeah. Oh, did everyone
Passed.
fail? Or,
No, I
Nope.
passed.
I passed.
Oh, so,
oh, good.
okay.
Okay.
So you guys are really disconcerted. Dr. Dukas, Dr. Merrick, and Dr. Sneed, you're all generally facing towards your next destination, which is that mausoleum over towards the side. But Gloria and Frank, you're kind of facing them, and you're looking. And you suddenly both notice something very odd about the house. There is no smoke coming out any of the chimneys.
Oh.
Oh, sure, I
You
saw
can-
a fire in the fireplace in the foyer.
Oh, there was fire. It was
Oh,
warm
yes.
inside.
There was a fire in the parlor, fire in the foyer. We had a fire going, I'm certain, in the kitchen.
You can
Curious.
do, the two of you can do a willpower, a power roll.
Two of us.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's see the no smoke.
Oh, massive fail.
Pass.
88.
46 under 55.
Frank, you're standing there. Glory is confused by what she's seeing. Do you guys point this out to the others that there is no smoke coming out
Yeah.
of the chimneys?
Look at that. Isn't that curious? There's no smoke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were
Oh.
fires all over that house. I see nothing coming out of those chimneys.
At which point, Frank, you kind of, what the hell's going on? You squint your eyes, you look in that direction, and for just a moment, the gardens are dilapidated. There's weeds growing everywhere. Um, there's no lights coming from the house. The path is old. Um, the barn looks like it's partly in shambles. And then suddenly it's gone. Everything is back the way it was a second ago.
Hmm.
I think I understand how Alice in Wonderland must have felt.
I
Why?
think she had a more pleasant experience. At least she got cake.
Huh.
But what do you all do? You notice that Frank seems to be staring at something, but you
Well, I think Gloria's starting to think now maybe she was on the right path of them all having breathed in. Like the chimneys are stuffed up with something and they've been breathing in fumes from these fireplaces.
Well, perhaps we should skip
For dinner.
the tomb, the mausoleum,
Oh,
make our way back to the house.
I think that if the circumstances of these people and their deaths are as strange as we think they are, and we have this opportunity to look at the mausoleum a little more closely, I'd like to at least know how they carved it and what it says. It's not out of our way to go.
I'm a fan of that idea. I'm pro mausoleum.
do all of you want to walk towards the mausoleum, or do the others want to go back into the house?
No, I'll
No,
follow him into the
I'll
mausoleum.
go to the mausoleum because right now I'm very wary of what's inside that house that I've been breathing in.
Are there any seats in the garden?
Sure, there are some benches here and there.
Bench-
That's
Yeah,
that's what the mausoleum looks like.
yeah,
Hmm.
I'll brush some snow off one of the benches and take a seat. I think I'll have a bit of a rest here. That well gave me a bit of a start.
Not
Um,
not going to throw your jacket over your head again, are you, Dr. Dukas?
not this time.
Probably not.
But have fun with your grave tours. If you need anything translated from Latin, Hebrew, or Greek, just bring me a rubbing and I'll let you know what it says.
Yeah, Doctor.
All right, so you guys are heading towards the mausoleum. Dr. Dukas, you're sitting on the bench, and after you sit there for just a couple of moments, you notice coming out the front door of the house is Mr. Goodman. And it seems like he is lighting up his pipe, uh, smoking. And he looks around for just a moment and sees you, and he sort of gives you like this, and he starts walking over
Yeah,
towards where you
I'll
are.
wave at him. Hello there, Mr.
Well,
Goodman.
Dr. Dukas, how are you enjoying the evening? It's kind of chilly.
Yeah, it's very chilly, but I've had a long day driving around through the windy streets of the New England area, and well, feeling a little inured to it right now.
Where are you heading?
Oh, Canada. We're making our way up there for a scholastic summit of sorts.
I suppose it only gets colder up there.
Indeed.
Um, and Dr. Dukas, you're sitting there talking to this very pleasant fellow. And as you are sitting there, you look over and someone else has come out the front door, uh, dressed very similar to Mr. Goodman. And you see the man step out and he pulls out his pipe and he lights it, and he looks over in your direction, and he goes like this and starts walking over. And as he's walking towards you, he looks identical to Mr. Goodman, who's sitting right next to you, uh, conversing with you. Uh, as this man approaches, uh, your Mr. Goodman suddenly stands up and he goes, "Oh, Lester." This, and he goes, "Oh, Lester, how are you doing?" And they walk towards each other and give each other a hearty handshake. And he says, "I was just talking to this professor from Miskatonic, Professor Dukas." And the Lester walks up to you and he goes, "Oh, pleased to meet you."
I didn't know you had a twin, Mr. Goodman.
"A twin?" And they look at each other and he says, "He doesn't look anything like me at all."
I'll close my eyes tightly for a moment, blink them back open again.
Uh, nope, they're both still standing there with you. And apparently he has to explain everything to Lester number two about your car. Uh, and Lester number two also has a bookstore in Boston, and he hands you his card, and it looks just like the card of the other fellow.
I'm gonna read the address on the card out loud.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Oh, yes, it's in the back bay.
Oh. Um, isn't that the same street as your place, Mr. Goodman? And I kind of point to the other one.
And he looks at it and goes, "Why, yes, it is. That's odd."
Very strange. I'm surprised. Do you know each other then from, I suppose,
Oh, yes,
business?
we go a long way back.
Oh,
Uh, Practically best friends from childhood.
I see. Well, well,
And
is there
and
good money in the business?
fairly good money. They both say it exactly the same time. Um, about that time, Dr. Dukas, you notice someone walking from the gate down the path towards the house, and it's another Lester Goodman.
Hmm.
He, however, goes into the house um, without noticing you out there. All right, the rest of you. You approach the mausoleum. Mausoleum is carved out of marble. It has biblical phrases here and there, what you'd expect from a mausoleum. It's got angel motifs carved into it. It's very pretty. And in the center of it, there are two sarcophagi, which in these sort of things you'd have an above ground sarcophagus. They're both very ornate. They're both very beautiful, and they have carved information into to the foot.
Augustine and Evangeline. Wasn't our man? What was our man's name? August,
Augustine.
right? So, huh.
Yeah, yeah, August.
But that doesn't, he said she died in 91, didn't he?
Yeah,
Oh, it does say that, so that's correct. Sorry, I was just, oh, I see.
but he
Hmm.
died in 23 apparently.
Oh, this makes no sense.
And it is currently 28.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Did he ever say how long it had been since he performed this ritual?
He didn't.
Huh.
And then you hear a sound. Sounds like growling. And in the woods, just on the other side of the mausoleum, you see the bride thing uh, moving kind of from tree to tree and growling like she's hunting for something. Uh, if you do a spot hidden and pass it, you also notice there's a large number of those orange and black beetles on the
Oh,
ground.
Lord.
Yikes. Are they crawling towards us? Are they
They're
crawling?
crawling towards her.
Yikes.
I rolled a 98.
Well, I got a 25.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I passed,
39.
actually. And I think I'm
Shut
going to...
my eyes.
Come on, let's find out what's really going on here. And I'm going to start... Come on, who's with me?
Well, let's go.
I don't know
Let's-
anymore. This is getting to be too much.
I trust that there's nothing truly harmful going on. I mean, surely
So far.
Mr. Wayland. Yeah, so far.
I'm going to start chasing after the woman.
Of course
Oh.
you are.
Nice.
The second
nice.
she sees you, she turns and looks at you. Her mouth opens and she begins moving at you incredibly menacingly.
Don't mind
Oh.
me. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Hey,
Beautiful.
you're not going to she looks like she's going to attack you.
Yeah, I'm fully confident that she's going to pull up short just right in front of me.
All right.
In fact, I'm going to turn back to my colleagues and smile and say, see, there's nothing to worry about.
So, your moment of hubris, it leaps onto your back and it digs its claws, raking them down your it rips your suit, and it hurts. Since you didn't do anything to defend yourself, do say 1d4 hit points of damage, and
Okay.
it knocks you to the ground. What do the rest of you do?
Is there any kind of a weapon, anything we could clobber her with?
Ream,
Nothing.
for one.
Like I have a pocket knife, like in my backpack. What am I going to do with that? There's
Very well
nothing.
done.
There's nothing around like an urn or something that we could.
There's tree
I
branches,
just
but
have
everything
my
is very well
crucifix.
manicured. So,
Damn gardeners. Well, I'm going to run after and try to like sort of bash her, like physically bash her off of him.
okay. Mordecai, you're sitting there with, I think, 3 Lesters. You look over and see that the others have suddenly become very agitated near that mausoleum, almost like they're fighting something off. Alistair, you run forward. Go ahead and do a brawl.
Bro. That is a 25. What is my brawl? Where the hell's my brawl on this page?
Fighting brawl.
Oh, yes. 60. So yeah. So that was a success.
All right. You hit her. She is very solid. It definitely feels like you're hitting a person.
Mhm.
But you hit her pretty good. She rolls off to the side, screams at you with a sound that's almost deafening, and then turns and runs quickly into the woods.
Well, I pick up Frank and say,
Christ!
you
Jesus
Frank is
Job, Alistair.
seriously.
Frank's suit is torn, and he is bleeding.
Taking it kind of far, don't you think?
Your
Don't you
illusion,
think- Thank
your
you,
illusion
Dr. Merrick.
has cut you up. We should get you back to a safer place.
Kind of people
Mordecai,
are we
one of
dealing with?
the Lesters says, I do believe there's somebody over there. Something's going on.
Yeah. Mordecai kind of jumps up and says, Mr. Goodman, have any of you seen a rather disturbed woman around?
A disturbed woman? No.
Yeah, raggedy clothing, rather feral-looking countenance.
None whatsoever. There's a woman over there, but she's dressed rather nicely. Oh yes, that's Miss. That's the psychologist, Gloria Sanchez, Dr. Gloria Sanchez.
Yes, yeah. Oh, my colleague. Yes, yes. Okay, well, um,
Only one of the Lesters seems to have met the rest of you,
yeah.
apparently.
But the other ones don't seem to really express any sense of knowledge of the rest of them then. Okay.
They
Hmm.
they seem baffled.
Well,
They start walking towards you. Um, uh, the four of you, I mean, do a sanity roll. This thing is real and vicious.
Ooh.
I failed this one, 83.
Pass. 12.
64
What?
over 52. Yeah, foul.
If you fail, do 1d4.
1d4. I want
You
to take
pass?
4. 1.
If you pass, just take 2. Yes.
There's my
Excellent.
score.
But you guys are freaked out.
I'm still
yeah.
down 6
Ooh.
for this session. Are we doing Bouts of Madness?
It needs 5 in a single roll.
Oh, in a single roll. Okay, I thought it was a single day.
No, it's 1/20th of your total roll in a single day.
Gotcha.
Well,
However, the psychologist probably thinks you're going to need some therapy after this.
Yeah. I don't know who I'm going to see. I'm going to need my own therapist.
You also notice 3 Lesters moving towards you with Dr. Dukas.
Does that also not require a roll?
Yeah. Come on now, really.
I think you're getting used to being freaked out by something. But
Yeah. What now?
well, hello everyone. My compatriots. Meet the Lesters, the good men, if you will.
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
And
They
it's
all-
it's oddly like having the same conversation 3 times. Oh, you're from Miskatonic. Oh,
They happen to be in the same business as Mr. Goodman, all of them. They all happen to actually, by coincidence, I kind of like turn and ask, they all happen to have a business in the same street, as a matter of fact. Isn't that right?
oh,
Do you
indeed.
have any gas?
I'm afraid we were dropped off.
By whom?
By our friend.
Is your friend coming back?
I assume so, to pick us
When?
up later. Well,
Later.
after the party,
After the party.
probably after midnight.
After the ritual, too. Yeah.
Do all 3 of you by chance have the same friend?
Well, I don't know. I believe so.
Oh, he's making an awful lot of trips out to this house.
Well, I don't know. And they look really confused at one another. We should probably get back inside. Dinner should be starting soon. I wonder if any of the others have arrived.
I don't know. At this point, Gloria's clutching her crucifix, thinking the house is cursed. She's like, no.
No, I'm starting to think we would have been safer back at the car.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
How long is the walk back to civilization?
40 miles, or well, like 40 minutes, 35 miles an hour.
So many miles.
Mm-hmm.
Overnight walk.
Hours and hours
Yeah.
and hours.
8, 10, 12, 14 hours on foot. Yikes. And it's how many hours of daylight left, do we think? How's it looking?
You're probably around 7:30 or so. It's getting dark.
Yeah.
Professor Lackey, what's the nature of the altercation you seem to have had?
You know, I couldn't explain it myself. She just attacked me. I have no idea why.
I turn to the Lesters and I say, that would be the woman of field countenance I mentioned earlier. Anything of note to the local
Oh, we took
rotunda?
notes all right when we were down that mausoleum. According to the one of the tombs, it said that August Wayland died in 1923.
Well, that's quite odd.
I would say.
Uh, uh, Mrs. Goodman, the lot of you, how long have you known Mr. Wayland?
Oh, only since he was looking for the book. We supplied him with the book and a curious lamp that he said that he needed for this ritual that they're
Do
doing.
you, do you happen to remember when you sold it to him?
Oh, I would say 1922.
22. So you've known
April,
him for a
April of
good while then,
1922.
Well, what year
for the
is
better
it
part of a decade.
now? What year do you think it is now, Mr. Goodman?
Currently? Why, it's 1925.
Mm.
Of course it is. Yes. I'm gonna like gently put my arms around all four of my colleagues and say,
Nod
"Gotta
knowing,
get out of here."
nod knowingly.
We need to leave now.
I don't recall if driver's licenses were needed at this time yet.
Um, they're not needed everywhere, but I do think that New York, Massachusetts, the New England states had them fairly early.
So I'm
Um,
gonna pull out my wallet and be like, are you sure? 1925, Lester, because I, according to my driver's license, I wouldn't have even been issued this yet.
oh, well, they made a mistake, obviously. Yes, why? What year do you think it is? It's 1925.
28.
That's 3 years ahead. No, no, I'm sorry. It's 1925.
Do they
Yes,
all
Um,
as far
agree?
as
All
us all
three of
know,
them?
we're going
oh,
to a
yes,
conference in Ottawa, and it's March 1928.
And what was the
oh,
title of that conference again? Time and Space Among Ancient
Yeah.
Civilizations. Maybe this is all some complicated performance well, it's not even postmodern, modernist, surrealist theater entrapment.
I,
Mr. Merrick?
It's
I'm afraid
entrapment, all right.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Ĉu vi
We're going to go
parolas
back
Esperanton?
inside. And he says, see, yes. And he immediately speaks to you in Esperanto fluently.
Kiel fek vi tute parolas Esperanton? I said, why the fuck do you all speak Esperanto?
Well, I mean, we grew up with it.
True.
Isn't that the same for you?
Ne. Ne, Esperanto estas preskaŭ morta lingvo aŭ
It's,
lingvoprojekto en nia tempo. Weird.
well, it's, from the old country.
The old country. Poland?
Esperant.
And I'm going to turn to these people.
We're going to go back inside. It's very chilly. And you do notice that you're starting to get light snow.
Joy. It's the
Think
woods
you've
of the
never
house,
met.
guys. I think we kind of have to choose.
There's the car. We can sit in the car until tomorrow and then get up bright and early and walk.
And Dr. Ducasse saw the car enter the estate from outside the gates, or the car was already inside the gates when he noticed it.
What car are you talking about?
Mr. Goodman.
Oh, it just dropped
No,
him
you
off
never
at
saw
the
a
gate.
car.
I think.
You
Oh,
never
okay.
saw a car.
Okay.
He just arrived.
Because I was going to
Yeah.
say, if it's outside the gates, that means they're out there too.
Yeah, you saw no car.
Frank is gonna start squinting at things and try to try to
Do
Here, hit me in the head.
change his vision gestalt.
do a POW roll.
Oh, interesting.
There you go. Concentrate.
Oh, I got a 12.
Hey,
That's a hard success.
Yeah, something's definitely wrong. The house is not in good repair. The gardens are dead, overgrown. When you open your eyes wide, it all looks normal.
Have any of the rest of you noticed that if you squint your eyes just right, things look different?
Is Dr. Lackey known for doing the ganja, the marijuanas or something?
Probably heavily.
He's
And
got
cocaine.
these funny
It's the
look on his
1920s.
face, and he's
Cocaine, morphine.
Are you
laudanum.
okay, Dr. Lackey?
Yeah, he's no
squinting
stranger.
and
He's no stranger to the hallucinogens.
The Goodmans have gone back inside.
it's either the woods, the car, or the house. We have to decide.
No, really. Okay, but I understand it's a bit ochre and all that, but like beyond that,
It
the
starts
house.
to snow more heavily.
just
I think at this point we have to. This is not working for us. They're gonna kill this poor girl and bury her in her father's tomb in some sort of cult nonsense execution with symbolism to do with the numbers and 1923 isn't that a prime number? And I'm terrified, and I'm gonna start heading for the gate to go back to the car.
Do we not feel some obligation to save this poor girl?
I mean, nothing that's been happening here has seemed very angelic to me. I don't understand what we've been seeing, but none of it has been nice.
And have we ever seen her? We don't even know she exists. She could be wheeled out post-mortem for the sake of the ritual, for all we know.
Are you suggesting we go upstairs into the house and kick her door in? And
I think as a group we should at least make an attempt to find this girl and see if we could extricate her from this situation.
I do think we need to save this girl because we did not see her tomb down below, so I'm assuming that she is still alive and under some sort of mental duress because why would a living person that knows the parents of deceased be doing all this stuff unless she's seeing manifestations and it's driven her insane? I feel like I'm obligated to help this girl, but certainly I don't want. I mean, look at Mr. Lackey. Look at his back. That happened. So we
Is
need
it
something
still?
before we take. Yeah, we need something to take with us in this house before we go in there to defend ourselves with.
Did we notice anything in the house? Oh, there's tools in the. Oh, wait, I don't know
There's
that.
knives in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
kitchen.
I mean, I can. If you got a tire iron and things of the sort in the barn.
Oh, were there tools and such in the barn we could use as weapons, Dr. Dukas?
Oh yeah, plenty. From what I think you specifically had mentioned there were a bunch of tools in there.
Gardening, repair.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything you can think of that would be in there. The
So we're
temperature
going to
begins to drop dramatically.
Let's
It's
run,
feeling
gentlemen and lady.
freezing.
Let us.
there are
Yeah,
5 of
well.
us after all, and only one of her.
But 3 of the Goodmans.
Well, I mean, they're plenty nice enough people. I'd rather not stave in the head of a good Lester with a tire iron unless it
A good
absolutely
Bostonian, of
needs
course,
it.
we don't want to, but yes.
I'll take my chances with the Goodmans, but that woman is.
Okay. Well, let's go to the barn really quick. Arm ourselves with some implements of destruction as you see fit, and we'll make our way back to the house.
Yes, we will gather our pitchforks and torches to storm Frankenstein's castle.
What would you like? Tell me. Each of you pick one thing, I guess.
Double.
Shovel.
Pitchfork.
I don't know that there's a pitchfork. There's no
Darn
A.
There's nothing to pitch.
There's nothing to fork.
It's like a hammer.
I
Hammer.
guess there should be a wrench in
Wrench.
there. Yeah.
spade, trowel, uh,
Axe for chopping wood.
I
an axe for chopping wood.
never thought of axe.
Just the
All
like
right.
metal
Is there a
bar
pole
lever
saw that I
to
could
the jack.
a 10-foot long pole saw with a blade?
Exactly.
All right. So well armed, you are all heading towards the front door. You can hear as you are approaching uh, that there are people inside talking. There is light streaming out the windows. There is still no smoke coming out of any of the chimneys. Um, and you can see also that the lights are on in the second story up. And as you approach, uh, just as you are all sort of facing the door, um, coming up behind you, which you didn't really notice at first, is Lester Goodman. He says, "Oh, are you some of the guests that are
Does he have a
here?"
4 on his chest?
Hang
What's
on,
the
hang
name,
on.
Mr. Goodman? Mm.
Yeah, Mr. Lackey,
"Oh,
I believe you'll be
you
impressed
know,
by this. You're Mr. Lester Goodman of Boston. You're a bookseller, and the spirits tell me that this, and I pull from my pocket, is your business card.
Done,
and he
Mr.
smiles
Goodman.
and he says, "Oh, we've met before, haven't we?"
Oh, I'm afraid not, sir.
I'm afraid I must confess that I don't remember you, but uh, either that or you are psychic beyond anything that I've ever seen before in my life.
Well, I do have
Uh,
to say, Mr. Goodman, we have had quite the experience here tonight.
oh,
Sorry for our disheveledness, but I have to tell you, I think there is something rather nefarious going on here to do with the ritual that I believe you are already well aware of. Now, if you would join us, we are trying to help Miss Dear Veronica get out of this house and get away from here because we have seen some things tonight, things that no one should see.
well, I mean, I'm not sure what situation you're talking about. From what I understand, Miss Veronica was going to begin the Abramelin operation tonight.
That's our understanding as well. But there have been some manifestations here. I mean, our friend Mr. Lackey, he was attacked and hurt.
Oh my. Oh,
Turn him
we should get out
around.
of this cold. The cold is terrible. Let's get inside. I'm sure Jeremy can fix you right up.
He doesn't
Um,
say anything about our shovels and pitchforks and
well,
wrenches.
I mean, he looks at you rather oddly, but he's polite. He doesn't want to.
We're the new gardening staff. No,
Yes, we are. We're the psychic gardeners. That sounds
Some
we're,
good.
sort
we're
of
gonna trim some hedges.
some sort of jest. I don't know. Uh, anyways, he opens the door, and you can feel the warmth at the inside. You can feel, there's the house is lit up. There are candles and sconces, and the chandelier is glowing brightly. And you can also notice a number of Lesters wandering about, laughing with one another, sipping coffee. Some of them are smoking, some of them are not. It looks like there might be five, six, maybe even seven Lesters at this point.
We need a
Um,
mirror.
I would like the everybody except Gloria to do a spot hidden.
Nope.
No, I unsaw
Yep.
things.
Got a
Who
hard
passed?
success. I got a hard success.
I
Okay.
got a regular.
Those of you who succeeded know something very odd, something that Gloria actually already noticed and didn't say anything, but that chandelier that Jeremy was cleaning when you guys arrived, the wire from the chandelier up to the ceiling has been snapped. It's old, it's frayed, and somehow the light is still shining brightly.
Ah,
We should not be standing under this, perhaps.
Well, does everybody want to make their way upstairs and meet with the woman of the hour before her moment? Although
Uh, I
I do
don't
have a
just want to
concern that
meet her. I want to whisk her out of this house.
she may be the one responsible for it. If I have my dates right, both the mother and the father are dead as of the year, and I pull Goodman aside, 1925, right?
Yes, odd question to ask.
Oh, before I let you go, Lester, quick question. Uh, you helped August acquire those books. I might need something of the sort in the future, but in the meantime, have you heard what happened to him? The
what do you
exact
mean?
nature of.
Oh, well, yes, he attempted the Abramelin operation using the Mathers copy, and instead of doing 18 months, he did 6. Um, so nothing happened.
Oh, that's funny because well, that's delightful. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
What year did he do that, might I ask? Do you know how long ago that was?
Oh, well, let's see. I'm trying to recall if he ever told me. Um, well,
Like approximately how many years ago
his
that might have been.
his his first attempt was in 1921, and then
Hmm.
I gave him the new copy in 22 after his failure, and then I think he was intending on doing it. I mean, after I gave him the lamp and the book, that he was going to attempt it again.
Hmm.
That would have been in 22. I
What
don't
does
know. Let
this
me
lamp?
ask. And he
Where
turns
is?
to one of the other Lesters. This, oh, Lesters, have you met
Mhm.
these are the professor? And the whole thing starts over. But he asks him, and he says, yes, yes, that's right. Mr. Wayland tried it twice.
Hmm.
I think that's right. Yes.
He didn't mention that to us. That's interesting news,
Hmm.
or information at
Uh,
least.
As you are all moving into the house, there seems to be a moment of commotion, and the Lesters quiet down. You hear Mr. Wayland's voice. He says, uh, ladies and gentlemen, well, lady and gentlemen, presenting my daughter. Uh, and they're both at the top of the stairs. And this woman, you'd say she looks like she's maybe mid 30s. She is all dressed in a white robe, and her father walk down the stairs into the group of people.
This is not the same kind of gown that was being worn by the spooky lady. The spooky lady was in a wedding dress. I mean, also a long white
Correct.
dress, but not.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not the same
And
person.
she says, "Thank you, everyone, for coming. Uh, uh, I hope that we have a very pleasant evening. It's going to be a long and arduous journey that I will begin, but then I shouldn't complain. I've been preparing for this for some time."
Should put
She
away the
steps down and
tools.
she shakes the hands of the Lesters, and she approaches you and she says, "My father told me about your difficulty with the gasoline. I hope that someone will bring some gasoline to you soon."
It's lovely to meet you, ma'am. We're very excited to participate in dinner, um, and we wish you luck on your journey. Um, I'm going to go out on a big swing here and say something like, the white gown is a rather unusual choice to be beginning the procedure with. Isn't it usually introduced only in the third third of the procedure?
Oh, you seem to be familiar with the operation. Indeed, you're correct. This will be discarded, and once I am ready to take up the thing, I wear this for my preparatory time.
Hmm. Well, it looks
Uh,
fetching.
uh,
While they're talking with Miss Veronica, I think Glory wants to pull Dr. Ducasse to the side And you just whisper to him, Dr. Dukas, you know, these other people, listers, seem to think it's 1925. Should we not test Miss Veronica to see what year she thinks it is?
Oh, certainly, yeah, yes. Yeah. Miss Veronica, uh,
Uh, yes, Dr. Dukas.
you
What
after
can
you,
I do for you?
I understand your father's attempted this on several occasions. Um, uh, since his failures, with what is what inspired you to try it a mere 3 years later?
Oh, well, I mean, I thought that she suddenly looks lost in reverie, and she says, My father and I are spiritual travelers together. We have been for some years. I didn't. My mother died giving birth to me, and my father leaned into my education, and I became very interested and went to Miskatonic University, and I've just always been interested in it. But you asked me why I'm doing this now.
Oh, you studied at Miskatonic. Well, that's funny. We're all from there, as a matter of fact. Professors.
Ah,
Yes, what years did you attend, hun? Maybe you had one of us.
oh, she gives you a year that makes sense for her being
For her
30
being 30
or
in 1925.
34. Yeah, yeah. Um, give her minus
She
a
was
couple of
there.
things. That's a good thing. I'm going to write that down for next time I run this.
She was
Um,
there, yeah, 16 to
she
20.
she indeed mentions a couple of people that you may be familiar with, some of the older professors and something. Maybe she mentions Henry Armitage at the library
Oh,
and so
Henry.
forth.
Uh, Dr.
Um,
Merrick, you had interest in time and whatnot in the more esoteric cosmological sense. Um, uh, uh, Miss, have in speaking with the Lesters, I've come to notice something a bit odd, which is it appears my colleagues and you as a very spiritual person, I hope you can understand. This is the time doesn't seem to line up. We are from, or at least we left. We left Arkham in 1928.
I you're very funny. But it's
Our
time
turn.
for the meal. That's you mentioned time. That's a very interesting thing. Shall we go to the dining room?
Oh, yes, Miss Veronica, though, before you go over to your chair, um, are you familiar with Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, Mr. Goodman, yes, of course. Mr.
Yes.
Goodman, and she explains he provided the translation and the prayer lamp.
See, I find this very fascinating because as I stand here right now, I am seeing several Mr. Goodwins in this room. Can you explain that to me?
Oh, yeah. Have you met them all? I mean, that's Mr. Goodman. That's Mr. Lester Goodman. That's Lester Goodman.
And you don't find
And
that strange that the same man is here multiple times, the same man with the same name?
that's an odd question. They're nothing like one another.
Oh,
Meanwhile, you're all sort of filing into the
Now,
uh,
as we're heading in
dining.
and folks are talking to Victoria, I'd like to pull Frank back and say, now look, if they're serving dinner, that means the groceries have arrived. And if the groceries have arrived, the grocers came. And if the grocers came, they should have brought gas. So where are they?
Question, but you've been holding out on us, Dr. Sneed. You know more about this ritual than you let on.
Well, when I was in the kitchen, there was lots of food. Uh, Miss Rosemary was already preparing everything. There were things bubbling on the stove, and she was chopping up vegetables. So I don't know what groceries they may have needed.
So there was no delivery of anything. We're stuck here with these crazy people.
Or perhaps the delivery happened before we asked about it.
How did you know about the white robes?
It was a fun little point of trivia. I always wanted to take Dr. Ducas's History of Ancient Ritual Practices, his HS 360, but it's never worked out with my schedule. So I've read along in the curriculum, and I was really struck by the book, the Book of Abramelin, has some charming little scenic details like that. The basic
As you were
procedure is really quite simple. You just stay in a room alone for 18 months, and then you meet your guardian angel.
Actually, there's a lot of oddness to it.
Yeah.
Usually you have a separate, like temple that you
Hmm.
construct. You design it so that there is sand all over the floor and you stand barefoot in the sand. You have a kind of a sacred wand. It's about 6 feet long and pointed on the end, and you use it to write things in the sand. Um, you have pieces of paper which you write formula on, you burn them, the whole thing to it, along with daily prayer and fasting and all of these things. Um, Everybody do spot hidden as you're walking into the dining room.
Nope,
No.
fail.
Fail.
Well,
Failed here
You
too.
all failed?
yeah.
All right. Then you're all fucked. No. All right.
Nice. I'm
No,
excited about it.
you go in and you sit down. Um, it seems like with you and Veronica and Mr. Wayland, there are just enough chairs to fit all of the Lesters around the table. Um, Rosemary then enters and she starts dishing out what looks like delicious soup with bread. That's a wonderful, wonderful smell. Um, she tells you that it is vegetarian only because Miss Veronica is not allowed to eat meat in preparation for the ritual. Um, uh, there's kind of a Christian-esque prayer that Wayland says before the meal, and then everyone starts to eat. Spot hiddens for everyone once again.
Hard success on that one.
A regular success.
Another hard
Horrible
success there.
failure.
Well,
Because you're sort of looking towards Wayland, because you're looking towards Veronica, who are sitting at the head of the table. You're looking towards the fireplace. It's warm. The fire is crackling. There is no smoke coming out of the fireplace. You notice that on the mantle, there is a small, what looks like a bronze statue of a lion. And there is a smear of white paint on the front.
and the little sigil.
It's a puzzle.
Let's see.
Yeah.
2199959. And we're doing this in real time in the scene, like
we're all like
Rain Man.
It's like
Yeah, exactly.
We're suspending belief.
2199959.
Well, this is where all that time went. We arrived in 1920.
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
W.
Okay.
IR. It's a lot of IRs, right? 99959.
959. I hate puzzles.
Barrier.
Oh, nice.
Very,
You did
very
that
good.
so quickly. I didn't even have everything written down.
Where can you come to the pub down the road when they have trivia night this week?
I'd love to. I love trivia.
We'll hop on a plane.
We'll talk
Well,
about
fair, Dr. Sneed. You'll have to give the rest of us a chance.
it. You should learn Esperanto. It really helps with these kinds of word and letter games.
I would now like everyone to do a power roll.
A power roll?
Mhm.
I'm scared.
Full power.
Oof.
Wow.
8!
10.
Oh, one. Yeah.
Hard
Wild.
success.
Did everybody
10.
pass?
10, 10,
Yes,
10.
I passed so good.
Yeah,
Super
extremes.
pass.
Yeah.
Excellent. So you are listening to the conversation, which you may be adding to. Uh, you notice there's something in the like flower arrangement on the table in the center. And at first you're thinking, what is that? A hairy caterpillar? No, it's too big to be a hairy caterpillar. And a large, very large rat climbs out of the flower arrangement. And when it does, you look down and you realize that the soup in front of you is nothing but a dried bowl with vague, moldy something in it. And for just
Rat
a moment, as
droppings.
you look around the room, yeah, there are rat droppings on the table.
Pearl.
The curtains of the room are shredded, uh, and
Fuck.
and then suddenly everything is back to normal again. Nobody else seems to notice anything that's happened. So you were talking, gentlemen, about time and space. You were going to a conference. You seem to be. Is the soup not to your liking?
Who says that? I'm sorry. I missed.
Veronica.
Oh, Veronica.
Oh, I'm afraid my stomach's been a bit touchy since the car ride, so
Oh,
I'm trying to
dear.
stay away from solids.
What kind of soup was this again?
It's a vegetable soup.
Mushroom, apparently.
I really, at this moment, need to use the restroom. And I'm just going to stand up and just awkwardly walk away. We'll see you once I am back from the restroom.
All right. So Aloysius, you step out and you head towards the restroom. Is that what you're gonna do?
I'm going to step out into the lobby and, avoiding the chandelier, head towards the front door, looking behind me all the time for my comrades to follow me.
Okay.
We gotta get
We
out
all
of here.
supposed to just say, "Oh, I have to go to the restroom too."
So do I.
Well, we'll say that doesn't happen, but Aloysius, you go to the front door.
Yeah.
I'll actually
And you
stand up
open it.
and start pontificating on the nature of time and the different years that are involved.
We'll get back to that in just a moment then.
I'm very excited.
Aloysius, you go to the front door. What are your intentions? To get the fuck out of here?
Yeah, I don't want to abandon my crew yet, but I am looking to open all possible channels to expedite our egress from this horrible, horrible situation.
You open the front door, and except, the porch is a little covered because of the way the house is constructed, but the steps going down into the yard, it looks like there's 3.5 feet of snow.
I slam the door.
Okay, you slam the door.
And then I'm actually going to go find the bathroom because I need to cry a little bit.
Okay. You go right down the hall, past the phone.
Oh, wait a minute. Cartoon style. And I'm calling Do they have 911 yet? I'm ringing the party
No,
line.
no.
Tie me to
Zero
Dunwich.
operator.
They
I
have
need
an
the
Yeah.
police.
operator. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're going to dial the operator.
Yeah. Kring, 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 kring.
Operator, what can I do for you?
Hello, we're at this horrible manor on, I hope I know the name of the address, and we need to get out of here because there are these crazy people having some sort of strange dinner party, and I'm afraid for us, man. Um,
Um, uh, Sir, you shouldn't be pranking phone calls. And she hangs up.
Aloysius is losing it. He's never been in such a stressful, scary situation. He's hardly ever left Arkham. Um,
Who
so
do
yeah,
you
what
want to call? I mean, surely you know no phone numbers.
yeah. Do we have direct dial? Um,
Probably in
okay.
1928.
I know I should call the police or something, but I'm gonna call like the dean of my department because that's how my brain is set up.
Okay, what's his
He
name?
approved the trip.
Yeah, exactly. Call it Dr. Tanner,
Dr. Tanner.
Dr. Harlan Tanner.
Okay, you dial the number. Uh, Dr. Tanner.
Harlan, it's Aloysius. Uh, we've we're not in Canada yet, and we're stuck, and it's snowing like hell in upstate New York. And I'm frightened, Dr. Tanner. I don't know what's going on, but we seem to have stumbled into some sort of anthropological experiment. They're going to
Uh,
sacrifice this
slow,
girl.
slow, slow down. What are you? You're in upstate New York. How did you get there?
Okay, so we were driving from to Ottawa, and Dr. Merrick, our fearless navigator, proposed that we take a shortcut through the countryside, and we all agreeing to this. Um, the majority agreeing to it, we decided to do it. And we ran out of gas partway through, and we stepped into a friendly nearby manor house, and were greeted by the wizard who owns it. Um, and we've all been having strange visions, and people don't know what year it is. And moreover, they served us rotten soup with rat droppings on the table. Um, and I'm deeply concerned. I'm deeply concerned, Arlen.
Aloysius, are you all right? Have you been? I'm sorry to ask. Um, are you medically okay?
I wish I weren't, because then I'd have an explanation for what the hell has been going on. Uh,
Oh,
no, I'm afraid we're all in good
well,
shape.
you should probably wait until the snow melts, and then you know, when Sam the grocer gets there with the gasoline, you should be able to fix your car so that you could leave.
Sam the grocer with the gasoline.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be there soon.
Harlan, are you familiar with the town of? We're not even in Haverton, New York. Are you from here by any chance? I happen to know full
Um,
well that he's from Delaware.
um, oh no, 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 I'm from Delaware.
But you've spent much time up here,
Have I? Yes, maybe.
and you happen to know that the grocer Sam is meant to deliver groceries today to a manor whose name I have not even told you, except vaguely that it's in upstate New York
Well,
with
yes,
gasoline.
Jeremy Linwood called earlier.
Jeremy
You
Linwood. How do you know
remember.
Jeremy Linwood? What do you mean I remember?
You remember when he called?
No. Do I? I don't think I do. I don't like maybe I am medically okay. Maybe I'm not okay. I don't know. I'm getting confused and upset. I'm gonna hang up.
Well, okay, just as you hang up your and say, well, enjoy the dinner party.
Ah. Um, and I'm gonna go and like dry heave in the bathroom a little bit and then
Okay,
rejoin the dinner party. But yeah.
go to the bathroom. Do a
God damn it.
pal roll.
Pass. Pass. Yeah.
Pass. So
Boring.
you go in there, and as are you gonna splash your face with water or
Yeah.
whatever? You do that a few times, and you realize that the mirror is broken, that part of the window is cracked, that the sink is filthy,
Yeah.
and the water that came out is very brown.
Yes. Yes. and it's blood in my face and on my hands. And I look in the mirror, the broken mirror, and I see it dripping down. And do I blink and like screw my eyes up and it goes away?
Now it looks the same. Um, the rest of you in the dining room, Mordecai, what were you going to say? You were going to talk to, you were pontificating.
Yeah, as much as I hate to admit it, my colleague Dr. Merrick is correct, and that time and space are not merely linear and normal things as we would believe them, starting with the creation and extending on through, yeah. But and I'm gonna make my way over towards that lion statue and kind of pick it up.
Mhm.
Anything special happen when I do?
When you touch the statue, it feels like, and you all feel this, as if the house shakes just a little bit. Um, it also feels incredibly heavy when you do it. You have to put it immediately back down.
Mm. Um, am I able to kind of move it around on the thing then?
Not very much.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm curious. Frank is kind of trying to key into this effect. He thinks there's some kind of illusion going on. And he's trying to figure out whether there's a direction where it's stronger, like if there's like a central point where it's coming from. And if so, does it correspond to that statue?
Do an intelligence roll.
Hmm. 88. That's a fail.
Yeah, you don't know.
Okay.
Though your mind does keep going back to that statue in the parlor, turned facing out the window, um, the one that said obstacle. Um, Mr. Whalen speaks up. He's like, gentlemen, you seem to be disconcerted about something. Uh, you said you were seeing things out in the garden and uh, you look confused, almost pale, like a ghost. Is there anything wrong?
Well,
Well,
Mr. Wayland, I feel like we've just had the night of nights here, and I don't know how to explain what I've seen, but I know I don't feel well right now, and I would like to leave.
Well, the gasoline isn't here yet, but um, I understand you want to leave. You want to get to your, what was it, conference you said in
Hmm.
Ottawa. Um, I mean, there's nothing keeping you here. Uh, you might as well enjoy yourself. There's no point in going out into the freezing cold. You seem very disturbed by something. Is there something you want to share with us? You're a psychologist, aren't you?
Yes, that's correct. And some
Well,
things that have
they
been
say,
bothering me are the fact that when we took a little walk, got some air while we were outside, we visited your mausoleum. And while we were down there, we saw the tombs of
where my wife is buried,
your
yes.
lovely wife, Evangeline. And there was a second tomb that was right next to hers that had your name with the death date of 1923.
He suddenly looks at you with a great deal of concern in his face and says, 1923.
That's correct.
But but that's this year.
I'm afraid that's not our year, sir. We are currently
uh,
living in 1928.
I believe the Lesters can back me up on it, and I kind of like gesture to the table as a whole. It's not 1933, is it, gentlemen? Or 1923, is it, gentlemen?
And in that moment, the Lesters all disappear. The lights go out Uh, there's a little bit of light coming through the windows from the outside. The room is icy cold. The table is set with just destroyed silverware. All of the dishes that are out are dirty and filthy. There are, in fact, a couple of rats um, gnawing on things in the corner. Uh, there are boards missing from the side of the house. Everything is in complete dilapidation. And after just a moment of suddenly standing there and seeing this, Aloysius comes around the corner, uh, also disturbed by what he is seeing. Uh, but uh, Veronica and August are still sitting there, and they're also looking around. What on earth is going on? What does this mean?
The ghostly figures are saying this?
Just Wayland, and they don't look
Just
like
Wayland.
ghosts.
Huh.
Mr. Wayland, did Mr. Goodman attend your rituals, either the first or the second?
No, I didn't know him when I did it the first time, and he's the reason why I did it the second time because he brought me the translation. It's upstairs. It's the one that Veronica was going to use.
Hmm.
Are they
Well, it
dressed the
seems
same?
something went very wrong, sir. Very, very wrong. And whatever happened, look at the state of this place. You certainly don't want your daughter to do this ritual now, because if it did this, what could it do to her? You don't want to put your daughter in danger, do you?
She looks at him and she says, "Father, there's something terribly wrong." And she sort of looks up to the upstairs. Um, they look the same. They look the same, but they seem suddenly aware that everything is destroyed and dilapidated. She says, when, what year did you say it was?
It is 1928, my dear.
She looks at her father and she says, I believe it's 1925. And they both sort of stand up and look towards the stairs going up. Something went wrong.
What's up the stairs?
Well, that's the chamber where that we prepared. My father's bedroom's up there, of course.
Is there anyone
Oh.
else up there?
No, there's nobody in the house.
May we go look?
She says, I guess we have to find out what happened.
Descend by
Grab my
ascending.
shovel.
All right.
Yeah, we
So
still all
everything
have our
is-
We carry the
tools.
axe.
Everything is more or less dilapidated. I completely forgot that you guys were sitting at dinner
We
with
put them against the wall behind
Yeah.
us.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
like-
yeah. We all just kind of stand up and like go to the wall and retrieve our goods, like there are umbrellas.
Yep.
So you get to the top of the stairs, and there are a number of doors. The first door that you come to, you open, and it's very obviously a man's bedroom. It is, of course, filthy and falling apart. The bed is rotted, but you do notice that there is a writing desk that seems to have an old leather journal sitting on it.
Well,
There's also
nothing of
other
any
things.
significance here.
There's some definite religious tomes here and there. There's even what looks like an odd sort of box on the wall that's mounted that has designs on it. There's a Star of David on it. You think maybe it's a Torah. So he's definitely had access to a lot of old texts. Were you going to ignore the journal?
Oh no.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
All right.
Look at
Well,
that.
Okay. June 1923. 6 months into the Abermillion operation, it is amazing how the same concept can appear across different religions, while at the same time wearing a different face and bearing a different name. The Malachim are God's messengers, part of the heavenly hierarchy. They have no physical form, although Maimonides proposed they are metaphysical representations of the laws of nature and universal principles. They are agents of God's will. Their forms are said to be incomprehensible, even in dreams. They manifest in different forms. The various branches of Christianity portray angels differently. Catholicism divides them into the nine choirs and describes them as being forever incorporeal, although the seraphim are also described as having 6 wings and many eyes, symbolic of speed and vision. The cherubim are described with 4 faces, having the face of a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. The thrones look like burning wheels within wheels rimmed with eyes, and so forth. Protestantism describes them as genderless and invisible messengers and agents of God's will. If it is required to ensure that God's will is enacted, they can become corporal. Nowadays, they are usually portrayed as women, though all biblical references give them masculine names. I wonder exactly how I would describe the unequaled beauty of my holy guardian angel when the time comes. I wonder this every day. December 1923, the final journal entry. At midnight tonight, the 18 months will have elapsed in their entirety. Tomorrow, I'll begin the final stage before my holy guardian angel will appear. The next time I write, I will confirm my success or my failure. I hope for the former. I will finally have confirmation. I will see what Moses and the prophets saw. I will look upon the face of God.
if you recall from the tomb, 1923 is when he died.
Yes.
The next passage would have been the best one,
Yeah.
saying what happened.
Yeah.
Directly across from that bedroom, there is a door, and you notice there's something odd about the edges of the door. It looks like beeswax has been melted and used to seal the door completely closed. When you try to open it, it won't open. But there is another door just down from it.
Well,
Why is
I guess
that
we
door
found.
sealed?
That's what I was thinking.
Could cut the wax.
He was
with a
either
knife.
trying to hide something or keep something in there, right?
Are they with us, or did they follow us up the stairs?
They've kind of followed you up, but they are silent as
They're hanging
following
back.
you.
Hermetically sealed, like the Hermetic
I-
Order of the Golden Dawn.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I'm actually gonna ask August, Mr. Wayland, why did you do that? The sealant.
To keep the sand in, he says. It's if there's more than one door leading into the chamber, it needs to be sealed, as you see we did.
See,
You can get
just
you
just
can
the
get into
sand,
the same room. The
not
two
for
rooms are
keeping
connected.
not for keeping anything else in, though, like spirits or anything of the sort, or the demons that you were supposed to bind.
Uh, no, the two rooms are connected.
Miss,
This is the temple.
Miss, did your father? I know he did not complete the ritual entirely. Did he get as far as summoning demons?
I don't know, she says.
Hmm.
These things seem to be blocked in our minds of what happened.
Was this the room where you were supposed to be sequestered?
The whole thing, and she points to the other door. That's the way I go in and out.
Well, I suppose The only way out is through, isn't that right? Uh, take a sigh and make my way around to the side door to come in the other way.
So you go to the other door, you open it up, and this time it is a woman's bedroom. Um, there's a bed. There's very, very, very similar to August's room, uh, done a little different. There is a an armoire on the wall that has white robes in it. There seems to be a wash basin, um, and things like that. And there is also a writing desk with a journal. Looks like a identical, purchase as the other journal, leather bound. But what you do notice is this room, the entire wall seems to have been removed between these two rooms. And they've taken what amounts to a 2x4 and went across the floor from wall to wall to separate the two rooms. And the other room is filled with about 4 inches of sand, which cover the floor. In the center of the room is a white cube, an altar that's been set up. It's probably a table. It has white linen that's over it. By the way, all these things are deteriorated to some extent. There is a large lantern that is hung over the table. I'll show you this. Now, in trying to pull together these various pictures, I could not find a lantern that wasn't lit. So in this case, the lantern's there, but it's not lit.
Aha.
There are various implements and things that are on the table, but there is something on the other side of the table. It's kind of dim and dark in here because there's no electricity anymore. But there's something over there. It seems to be leaning. The journal's in this room.
Well, I'll
Who
let somebody
wants-
else do this
There's
journal.
you said there's an object leaning on the other side of the table, or like a.
Yeah.
And also
Well,
from the
it's
first
something over
journal,
there in the shadows.
something from the first journal, it was saying the four symbols, the eagle, the lion, the human, and I can't remember the fourth one, but
Ox.
those have all been okay. So those have all been on the property, all of them.
Yep.
Do an intelligence roll, Gloria.
Woohoo. You noticed something?
You had an idea.
63 to pass because I'm smart.
You realize that if you look at if you were looking at the house from above, the statue looking out the window is on the south. The statue, the lectern of the eagle is on the east, and the lion has been on the west of the house. So theoretically, the whatever it is, the ox would be on the north, but you haven't seen. You know there's a door in the kitchen going out. So
And which way are we facing now as we look into this spooky unlit candle sand room? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
you're facing east.
Oh, we're facing east. Okay. Well, there can't be anything harmful.
I had to walk through the house.
Professor Sanchez, should we go see that fourth object? Dr. Merrick?
Oh, yes,
Yes.
I believe so. I think we need to find these because I think
Find
they're
a way.
important in what is happening here.
That hiding back there in the corner, there in the shadows.
Are you going to go over and look, Frank? You have to walk through the sand.
Yes.
Before
Do it.
before disrupting
Yeah.
the sand, can we look and see if there's anything drawn on it?
Too late.
Okay. No, Mr.
You
Lackey!
you don't see anything, but you do see what could have been at one time footprints.
Sure.
It's been years, so they've kind of settled. Um, so you guys are going to go look on the other side of the altar.
Well, Frank is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
Frank
thanks.
is.
Yeah.
Well,
Throw me
Frank
under the
and
bus.
Alistair are.
All right, I'll go.
Was anybody going to look at the journal?
Yes. I'm heading to the
Except
journal.
Gloria doesn't want to. Okay.
I'm doing that.
All right. Frank, as you step around the other side, I'll tell you the unshocking things first. You see various stacks of squares of paper uh, that are obviously used in the ritual somehow. You see the Book of Abramelin sitting on the altar. It's open, and it's open almost to the last page. But in front of the altar, between the wall and the front of the altar, there is a desiccated corpse. Uh, it is female. It has long blonde hair. It is dressed in a white robe, not in a bride thing. And it looks like she has taken this 6 foot long wand, which is pointed on one end, propped it against the floor, put it against her chest, and thrown herself forward on it. It's sticking out of her back, and she has been long dead and desiccated. Uh, it doesn't look really like she was attacked. It looks like she killed herself.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going for the journal? I think that was Dr. Merrick.
Yep.
Dr. Merrick, this is what you find.
Wait, shall I read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Passages from the Journal of Veronica Wayland. Before beginning the Abramelin operation, I have said before, I do not believe it was a heart attack. My father was murdered. I am certain of this, but I need proof. All I have is the translation he followed. That must be it. I know that Lester Goodman sold him the book and the prayer lamp. Who is he? Why did he want my father dead? The only way to obtain proof is to follow my father's footsteps, complete the operation, and trap the being that did this to him. I am confident I can hold it here once it is summoned. I know the arts by which I can interrogate it. If it withstands my questioning, at least I will have it imprisoned, but to show others. The authorities will have to believe me then. I will draw upon the power of Saturn to construct a ward that will hold the thing. Sigils created from Saturn's Kamea will mark the 4 cardinal directions and turn the house into a prison that no spiritual entity can escape. Barrier, bind, obstacle, prison. These words will hold the spirit in Saturn's leaden grip. May the faces of the angels that guard the gates of paradise guard this house and prevent any evil from leaving. My last entry, midnight, 18 months have come to an end. If I fail tomorrow and follow my father in death, I hope that someone might one day read this and succeed in bringing the guilty to justice. May the fruit of any victory the spirit may attain prove to be a Saturnine Chalice indeed.
Veronica steps into the room. She looks truly horrified, especially since she's seeing her own dead body. She says, I don't know what happened, but you said you were seeing some evil spirit running around. It may be trapped here, which maybe is a good thing that it can't get out.
Yeah,
But
but
you
we're
and your father are also trapped here, my dear. You're trapped here with that thing. Your spirits can't move on because of
They
the
look at
ritual you
each other.
performed.
They look at each other, and Wayland says, perhaps there's a way to banish the demon. Have any of you heard of the Key of Solomon?
uh
Yes,
you
most of
know,
us are familiar with it.
Yeah, most of us, yes.
Some more than others.
There's a way, if we follow the old practices, we can bind the demon and send it back to hell. Um, we have to draw a magic circle and perform the ritual. I think there's not much to the ritual other than completing the Key of Solomon. Um, I believe we have that book downstairs. And he turns and starts walking downstairs. You guys gonna follow?
Yeah, wait a minute. Dr. Sanchez,
Yeah.
I agree with you entirely about saving the spirits, but we are not yet spirits. And maybe we should focus on saving us before we save these people who have gotten stuck in their own, I don't know.
My greater concern is that they've failed twice, and as far as I know, none of us are practicing occultists. I know a fair bit about it, but in more of an academic context. Theory, I suppose, is rather than practice.
Mhm.
Um,
Well, as fantastical of the situation that is happening here, I mean, yes, they did do this to themselves, but their manifestations can harm living beings. I mean, we saw what it did to Mr. Lackey.
But they
And
are not
anybody
evil
that's,
people.
well, they're not, no, but this thing that we saw is.
And this place is a trap. We're not, I mean,
True.
if it's
True.
not us, then somebody after us will fall
True.
into it and be caught here, and somebody has to deal
Exactly.
with it. I think it should be us.
Right. And I think with our knowledge and our background, we're probably the best ones to try to deal with this.
Are you following Waylon downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He
good
opens the
Christian
page.
hospitality.
Hey,
Down I go.
He opens the page of the Key of Solomon, and he shows you the sacred key.
some
which
seal
is
we've got to draw,
this.
some circle A.
And he says, really, the only important part is that top part. And he shows you this part. He says, once we draw this, then it's got the name of God and the Archangel Michael. The demon will be pulled to it and sent back to hell. The only place large enough to do this is the interspace between our house and the Linwoods place. They used to be separate buildings, but we built a connecting area which we use mostly for storage, but it has a cement floor.
What do you mean the Linwoods? In the Linwood place.
Who are the Linwoods?
Jeremy and Rosemary.
Right.
Oh,
Do
okay.
you have
They have
a bucket of
names.
paint?
Not just first names. Okay.
No, and she says no, but we have chalk, which should work just fine. She opens up a drawer, and although it's a dirty, dusty drawer with maybe some rat droppings, she pulls out a box of colored chalk, and they lead you to through the kitchen, which is filthy. Okay. She leads
Just a
you
quick
to that-
moment.
Mhm.
Speaking of the Linwoods, Mr. Whalen, Miss Whalen, both answer at the same time, if you please. The Linwoods, are they both alive?
I don't know.
Hmm. Where would they be? I haven't seen them since dinner.
You're right, since everyone disappeared. I don't know. He leads you through the kitchen to that back door, and when he opens it, you can see it's a fairly here's the Wayland house. There's 2 steps down, a cement floor, then there's 2 steps up to another little bungalow, and this has all been enclosed, and there are things, crates and boxes and things like that. We can push everything away from the center and draw the thing there, and she says, but I need to warn you. Once you start uh, drawing that on the ground, the demon's going to be furious. So whoever wants to draw it, the others need to defend themselves because that thing will try to stop us.
I have my shovel.
I've got my axe, unfortunately.
No good with a hammer anyway. I'll draw it.
You're the artist, aren't you?
Give me a quick
That's true.
moment. I'm gonna go run off to the kitchen real quick. Salt doesn't go bad. I'm gonna see if I can find a bag of salt or something like that.
You find salt.
Okay, it's occult salt circle time, and Dukas inside is seething that he has to do this.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to believe any of this to be real at all.
Man,
And
if you tell anyone about this, I
I'm like,
kill
I
you. You
told
understand?
How many years have we been talking about this
They're
at the pub
never
at
gonna
night?
find your ghost. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm going a little over. It might be another 10 minutes or so.
No worries.
That's okay.
All right. So you push things out of the way so that you have enough area on the floor. Veronica hands one of you the Key of Solomon that you'll need to repeat this phrase here as you're doing this. And there's an order in which you create the circle and the triangle around it and the names of God. So I'm not going to ask you all where you're going to stand. We can do this in dex order, actually. Doesn't matter too much. What are all of your dexes?
47.
47 for me as well.
Me too.
We stand on top. We'll make a pyramid.
Yeah. We act as one.
Frank?
By the
55.
power of the fighting cephalopods.
Aloysius?
He's
Dex?
47 as well.
I think we're all 47.
I'm 47. Yeah, I'm 47.
Oh.
That's a dumb mistake.
Let's go by alphabetical order.
Sometimes I copy paste and then I forget that I didn't change it for everybody. That's not a weird thing about the story. Just okay. So we'll just do it like this. Frank, you say the part of the prayer, and then you take chalk and you touch it to the ground. As soon as you do, you hear a howling coming from somewhere in the building. Sounds like it's maybe out towards the front or something like that. You begin to draw the circle and you hear something smash, and you can hear on the wooden floors thump, 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 thump. Something's approaching. You draw the circle and you begin writing. You begin doing the triangle. You're writing Michael's name inside of it. Suddenly, from around the stairs comes that demon bride thing, and it is heading straight towards the kitchen, straight towards the door that you guys are at. Dukas, what did you want to do, Dr. Dukas?
I'm just gonna start like reciting just like occult banishment rituals in Hebrew, in alternating Hebrew and Greek as I toss salt in its direction.
Okay. As it's approaching the door, what do the rest of you want to do? Frank is writing on the floor.
Shovel. Bonk.
Okay. Why don't you do a fighting brawl?
All right. 55. And my brawl is 60.
Okay. As it clears the doorway and starts to come in, you hit it with the shovel. You make a solid contact with it. it gets knocked back, but it doesn't seem to be, you don't know that it's injured.
Yeah.
But um, it screams in anger as it begins to crawl forward towards the room. Aloysius, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna run in behind Alistair and hit it with the axe now that he's smacked it with the shovel.
Okay, go ahead and do a brawl.
Uh, 47 over 25.
Hmm.
The axe gets stuck in the door jamb and I'm stuck trying to pull it out.
You're not a good
Unless you want to,
Canadian.
unless you want to spend luck.
Well, that's fair. I could spend, let's see,
All of it.
22 luck out of 55. Sure. Why not? I'm feeling lucky today.
Okay. You practically bury the axe in its right shoulder. Uh, it screeches, but it pulls away with what seems like a tremendous strength.
Whoa.
There is no blood. You're not sure that it's really phased that much at all. Gloria.
I'm gonna hold on to my crucifix and raise my wrench. And I'm gonna try to scream at her, Evangeline, we're trying to help you. This is your family and you're hurting them. You need to stop.
Okay, do a persuade roll.
I think my persuade's pretty good. It's not bad. Not bad. Oh, 60 for 50. Can I use luck? I'm going to use 10 luck to bring that down to my 50 and hopefully
Okay.
not
Well,
talk some sense into her.
you're not going to persuade her of anything. However, the memories seem to flow into her, and she stops and she blinks her eyes and growls, but for a moment she is distracted. Um, okay. Mordecai, I would like you to do an occult roll.
Okay, here we go. Come on. Big money, no demon whammies. 59 out of 65.
You
Skin of my
you
teeth.
do notice that where the salt touches her, you see little blisters appearing. You're kind of throwing it at her. Frank, roll for, we'll say roll for Dex. Um, that's you drawing very quickly.
I actually rolled a 67 over 55, but I'll spend luck.
Okay.
I'll spend 12 luck.
You finish. You put the last letter of the Tetragrammaton, and when you do, there's kind of a flash or a glow from the triangle circle, and Evangeline screams bloody murder. But this time, she looks like she's trying to run away. But as she turns to run away, she falls down flat on the ground, digging her nails into the ground, and something invisible is dragging her towards that circle on the ground.
Whoa.
Veronica says, "Now everybody, stay
Stand
away
back.
from it."
Yeah.
And sure enough, she is pulled down, down the stairs, across the cement floor, and into the center of that. And it looks like she suddenly is, trapped in an invisible tube. And Veronica says, now read this part here, the ritual, which we'll assume you do. And when you do, you can see as you're saying the words, Demon Evangeline is crinkling up, and then suddenly she disintegrates, and you see sort of flames, and she's pulled down into the ground. Suddenly she's gone with a kind of a whoosh like that. And Veronica and Wayland, August, look at each other, and they're like, that should have released us. Once she's gone, we should be able to go, but we're still here.
Well,
Is it the statues?
The statues, I think.
What
Yeah.
statues? She says.
There were 4 points.
The lion, the bust, the ox, those statues, dear. Do you remember those?
No.
They have to be moved or destroyed or something.
I think so.
Yeah. Now, where you are, there is also the Linwood's house or bungalow, which would be the north.
North. Oh,
Right, we haven't seen that yet.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
we haven't
ox.
been
The
in there.
ox must be here.
Well, let's make it over there real quick.
Bust on through the
Check
door.
it out.
The door's not. Nobody locks their doors.
uh,
You step through the door and into the what you'd call like a living room. It's a small living room. There is a fireplace here too. By the way, all the fireplaces have gone out. There is no fire in the fireplaces, and it is chilly and cold in
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Directly over the fireplace is kind of a sculpture, I guess. Maybe it's a way of displaying horns, but looks like this.
Oxy.
And
Wow.
there's no need to figure out what it says because you already know it's bind.
Mhm.
You read that in her journal. Everybody do spot hidden.
Spot 6. Critical success.
47.
Or extreme
Nice.
success, rather.
oh.
Basic.
79. I'm blind.
I like Mordecai's extreme. Did you say? Yeah.
Yeah, extreme success.
You guys are all looking at ox, and Mordecai looks over towards the side and suddenly sort of reaches out and grabs one of you to get your attention and points. And against the wall in this room, there are 2 dead bodies. One of them looks like she had been dressed in a maid's uniform. She is desiccated, leaning against the wall, cradling in her arms, who you assume is Jeremy,
Oh,
who's also dead. And Jeremy seems to have pulled his own eyes out.
Blech.
Nice.
They look in terrible shape. They look like they died in agony. But there they are. That's what happened to them. All right, what do you guys do?
Well, that answers that mystery.
Uh,
yeah. Is there a sheet or something in the room?
There's everything is torn up.
Okay.
There's probably a tablecloth or something, but
Yeah,
the whole
Gloria's
place
gonna
is-
take it and just gently cover their bodies up.
So what are you guys going to do?
I don't know. How do we destroy these things? Do we just need to move their positions and
Like
that'll
pull the
break it?
ox and head off the wall?
Yeah.
Maybe we just move them out of position.
Like, yeah,
Scratch
twist
off the
twist the
seal.
horns. Like, do they
Yeah.
shift?
Just pull it off
The
the
ox,
wall.
the ox too, looks like it has a splash of that white
yeah.
lead paint.
I-
The thing on the wall, yeah, it can move, but it's big, you know.
Get a
The
couple
real
of us and we'll
Oxfords.
lift it off the wall, I think.
Do
And I
we
think if
do
we
we
scratch
think that
off the
the
lead,
yeah, do we think that if we take that symbol off that it makes it non-magical?
That should do it, but my concern now is what happened to these 2?
Why did he poke his eyes out? My God.
Well, if they were seeing what we were seeing, I can understand.
Perhaps.
Did
seeing
you
the face
want
of
to try to
God.
move the horns on the
Yes.
wall?
Yes.
You reach up and grab them, and you can feel that they're not tremendously heavy. You should be able to just pull them off a hook on the wall. When you touch them and start to move them, everything starts to shake.
Hmm.
Dust comes down from the rafters, and there's sort of a like an earthquake that begins when you do that.
Don't stop pulling it out. Don't trap us in here. I got an idea. And
We're back.
I,
No.
I'm gonna make a makeshift torch, like wrap some like old bedding around. Get out uh, a flask of booze and say, "None of you saw this, by the way," and pour it on and light up the or actually Mr. Lackey, can you light this torch? Come with me. I got an idea.
Dr.
Dukas, you've
Dukas,
been
you've
holding out
had
on us
booze
too.
the whole time?
Listen,
We could have used that.
perhaps,
So many
but
times.
we used it now, and that's all that matters. Come with me. We're gonna probably need to make more of these when we leave. But in the meantime, and I'm gonna go grab another sheet. I got an idea, and basically I'm gonna lead them all out to the statue facing the window. I'm guessing that window's all shattered out now that we can see what the actual state of affairs is. I'm just gonna try to like wrap the sheet around the head of that thing out the window and go, see, now we can pull it and not get House of Usher.
Okay, I'm trying to understand what you're doing. You're
Basically gonna try to like wrap a sheet around this statue out the
Us?
window that it was immediately facing, so that we're not inside the building when we try to pull this thing over.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you wrap it around the statue and you stick part of it out the window,
Yeah, and
and then
then
you're going to go around.
yeah,
Okay. So you wrap that around there and you walk around to the front door and you open up the front door and it is solid bricks from top to bottom, side to side, a wall.
oh, well then, there goes that plan.
Maybe if we move them all at once towards the center point.
But do we
Sure.
not have access to the house anymore?
No, you're in the house. You
Oh,
are
we're
trapped.
in the
The
house.
door is
Okay.
the door is now bricks.
They have to be kept in a regular square shape. And maybe we just move them all simultaneously towards the center point.
It
No.
could be, but the house was shaken when Dr. Dukas was touching the lion statue earlier. And the Lyndon's house was shaken when he was
Let's just
touching
move
the
them
ox.
all. Let's just move them
It-
all.
It
What
felt
if that?
to you
What if
like
it falls down?
the whole thing could come crashing down. on
Right.
us, it felt.
Let's just move them all and then escape.
Well, I think
Fine.
the house may not survive moving any of them from the way it felt.
And the
Hmm.
front door is also a wall.
It's a wall. When you
They're
go
all-
back and you look at the statue, the window is a wall too.
Not the window is a wall. And our friends have disappeared. Victoria.
No,
Oh,
they're
sorry,
still
Veronica.
standing there. We don't understand, they say. How are we trapped here?
Did we try to remove the symbols?
Not yet.
Yeah,
I think we should. I think we should try to remove the symbols.
So, Gloria, what are you
Right.
going to do?
Well, I have a handkerchief. I don't know. Would some of that alcohol you have, Dr. Dukas, dabbed on my handkerchief, be able to rub that off?
No
It
better
is
than
just paint. You should be
Yeah.
able to just scratch it off.
Yeah,
if
scratch,
you-
No.
scratch it off. Yeah.
Well,
I got a pocket knife.
find a butter knife on the table and start scratching at it.
Scratch at the statue.
Yeah, at the
Okay.
this symbol that was on there.
Of this
Yeah.
of the Wayland statue. Okay.
Correct.
You scrape it, and as you do, you can feel everything sort of shudders around you, like something is opening.
Oh,
Um,
that's good.
it feels almost like a window is opening.
I feel that. Did you all feel that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. Go around all these statues and scrape those symbols off.
All right, let's
On it.
try it.
Okay.
All right, who's going where?
I'll go back to the ox. Oh wait,
Okay.
are we at the ox?
Eagle.
Okay, Frank goes to the ox. Who went to the eagle? Dr.
Dukas.
Dukas. Who's going for the lion?
Guess I'll go to the lion. That's in the dining
Okay.
room, right?
In the parlor
Yeah.
or the dining room, yeah.
Veronica and Wayland are watching you, fascinated, like they don't know what you're doing. But you start scraping them off, and as you do, there's almost a kind of a gloomph. And as you scrape the last symbol off, Wayland and his daughter are gone.
Nice.
And then, as you're standing there, you start to hear a noise. You all start moving back towards the front door. You can see that the front door is no longer brick. There's a noise that seems to be coming from upstairs. At first, it's distant, but it sounds almost like organ music. It's definitely polyphonic, discordant in its harmonies, and it's getting louder. And as you look up the stairs, you see light coming from somewhere around the corner up there. And you get this overwhelming feeling that something is coming. It gets brighter and brighter, almost to the point of
Full tilt run.
blinding.
Yeah.
The
Let's book
noise,
it, boys.
the noise is getting louder and louder, and you hear a voice, and the voice says,
At last I am released. My task is unfulfilled. Let all who see me tremble before the uncreated light of the Supreme God, the center of all things, and the creator of creation, who has released me. Let him come now and receive his reward.
and as you're getting ready to turn, what comes at the top of the stairs is almost mind-shattering when you see it.
Whoa.
It's Mothra.
It's Mothra. It's blind. It's almost blinding, but somehow there is kind of a harmony inside of its substance. It's bright and it's almost incomprehensibly beautiful and horrible at the same time. And the voice that's coming from it sounds like mountains clashing into one another and thunder and all of this. And it seems to be coming from inside your mind. Do any of you stay and watch it, or do you all run, or do some of you run, some of you don't?
Dr. Merrick watches it because it's what he's been pondering forever.
Anyone else?
Are
No,
are
I've
we
seen
all
enough
present
crazy
to
things.
witness this, or are we?
Yes,
separate-
you're all there. You're all
Yeah,
you're all in the front hall.
I think I'm too fascinated to not look too.
Okay. Aloysius?
I'll scream at the angel, Oh, Angelo, ĉu vi parolas Esperanton? I asked him if he
replies,
speaks
it replies.
Esperanto.
I'm grabbing
Uh,
Dr. Dukas. I'm like, let's go.
So Dr. Dukas and Dr. Sanchez go running out the door. Aloysius, you're staying there with Alistair and Frank. All right, let's handle this. Wait, once again, we split the group. This is the end.
Nice.
Gloria and Dr. Dukas, you run outside. There is no snow on the ground anywhere. The grounds are dilapidated. It's not particularly that cold. It's chilly, but it's not that cold. As you run for the gate, you see that the gate is barely hanging on. It's sort of swinging to the side. You You run out the door, and at just about the time you get to the gate and onto the road, um, you hear something. Do either of you look back?
Mm-mm. Not me.
Okay, so if you don't look back, you don't see it.
Mm-mm.
Aloysius and Alistair and Frank, the being coming down the stairs. Uh,
The eyes of humankind are blind. They are distracted with things unimportant. There is only one thing that matters, to sing before the face of God. Will you join me? Shall I show you the face of God?
You
Yes.
say,
Show me.
Do it.
Show us.
okay. Dr. Ducasse and Dr. Sanchez, you hear a thunderous boom come from behind you, and then the sound of shattering wood as what's left of the house is just blown to smithereens. And you don't look back, but you can see from the sudden light that something brilliantly bright behind you has lit up everything with super sharp shadows, as you run onto the road. Aloysius, Alistair, and Frank, you feel yourselves transformed. It feels as if all of the energy in the universe is pumped through you. You become like beings of light. And together with this entity, you launch into the sky. You can see the countryside laid out below you, and then the entire earth below you. And you see the moon drift by as you fly forward, and you seem to be heading towards what's like the center of the galaxy, though I don't think you guys know what galaxies are yet in the center of the Milky Way. And where you end up is eternal life, floating around Azathoth, the center of the universe, screaming in absolute insane horror for all of eternity. That's where your story ends. Dr. Ducasse and Dr. Sanchez, you get back to the car. It's just as you left it, and it has an almost full tank of gas.
Oh my God.
And I assume off you drive. Do you go to the conference, or do you?
How are we going
You
to
can still
explain
make
their
the conference.
absence to the university?
And that's the end of the story.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Now,
That's the
think
ending
for
I
a
want.
moment. Think for a moment of some of the questions you might have. I got to go use the restroom really quick, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yep. Back in segment.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah,
You
Carrie,
did
first
really
game
good.
of Call of
Yeah.
Cthulhu. Yay! Yeah, that was awesome.
No, I knew nothing good was gonna happen by staring into the belly of that beast.
Sometimes you just gotta look, though.
Mm.
You have to know.
Yeah, you gotta look sometimes. Somebody's gotta look.
I think the whole thing is that Azathoth is actually an Edist. And so that's the true horror, is that Edo is the language of angels and Esperanto. No, hopefully someone gets that.
It's over my head.
It's fine.
Oh.
So we never made it to the conference. That's cute. I was wholly picturing that we were going to have a conference experience, but instead it turned into sort of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, it was just a complete sidetrack, wasn't it?
And I think the three of you probably wanted to talk to Niels Bohr the most.
Yeah.
But I did look up some stuff about him, and apparently he was a terrible lecturer and bored many people. So I don't know how exciting it would have been.
got his last name.
I think it's Bohr, where there's the story where some scientist colleagues visited him in the country and they saw that he had an iron horseshoe above his door to block the evil spirits. And they said, "Surely you don't believe in this, Mr. Bohr. You're a scientist." And he said, "Yes, but the trick is it works even if you don't believe in it."
So, well, I'll wait for Sean. I do apologize. I'll tell you right now that the player characters in this story don't matter at all. You can be anything. I came up with the university thing because it's a good way to get you all together, going out in the country. But the first time I played it, we were all criminals running from the law that just took the wrong road and ended up here. But it could literally be with anything. I do also encourage you to create your characters and talk to one another and make up all that, knowing that it's not going to actually, it's only going to add to your role play, which is
Yeah. It's
is
fun to
fun.
have those little, yeah. And yeah, being a professor gave me an excuse to describe the stylites, which how often do you get to do that?
Yeah, that
Right.
was gorgeous.
Okay, so
Do
here's
you,
the truth.
do you usually
Okay,
run like
okay.
the same encounters each time you run a group through, or do you just sort of riff on it and try different things?
Sometimes I try different things
Uh,
and you got to kind of go with the way it is. So
yeah.
here's now there were some things you didn't figure out or you didn't notice, and some things you never commented on, like the chandelier that's
Mhm.
going even though it's not
I didn't
connected.
know I was supposed to share my
Well,
secret.
it's up to you, but um okay, so here's the complicated thing, and it's why the GM has a lot of fun running this too. Um, everybody there has been dead forever, and there are no ghosts. There is only the entity, and Veronica effectively trapped it there, and then killed herself.
Hmm.
And the creature does not know how the hell to get away. It
Hmm.
doesn't know about the sigils or the lead or any of that, and so it is trapped there. So what it does is it starts constructing things based on its very limited experience to try to have you figure out how to release it. Um, but it has huge gaps in its knowledge. Had any of you asked for alcohol from Rosemary or Jeremy or anybody, they wouldn't have known what you were talking about.
Hmm.
The reason why the chandelier works is because the thing doesn't know how electricity works. When you spoke Esperanto to it, it could speak it back because it was reading your mind and knowing what the responses should be, but it
Ah,
didn't understand that it's not a country or a place
Hmm.
or anything like
nice.
that. So it makes mistakes all along, which most of you just sort of gloss over without thinking that it's purposefully making terrible judgment mistakes. And it also figures that if you guys actually figured it out and didn't do it, it could just kill you all and get the next people that come down the road. So what happened was this. Part of it, Wayland attempted the Abramelin operation, which is a real thing. You can buy the book. Um, you can try it if you want, to spend 18 months doing it. But
Apparently, an actual translation from German got released in 2006.
no. Um, Wayland attempted it and failed the first time. He then put out his feelers, hoping to find an actual good translation from the German. Who should pick up his advertisement but Lester Goodman, who is an avatar of Nyarlathotep and
Hmm.
not really. So Lester Nyarlathotep thought, oh, we can have some fun with this. So he supplied a good translation and he supplied the lantern. And the lantern is not a prayer lamp, it's a chaos lamp. And it's set so that when you light it, if you light it a certain number of times, which he figured was how long it would do the operation, that it would summon a servitor of Azathoth, not an angel of any kind. And so when it came, um, Wayland died. Wayland went crazy. Probably his mind was also taken to Azathoth by the thing. So Veronica finds out that her father has died. If you notice that the graves, uh, the Evangeline's grave was done by him because obviously he was her husband, but his grave just says father. So Veronica had to bury her father there. And she kind of put two and two together and figured something had gone wrong, something very wrong. So she decided to make the trap and summon the thing herself. And she did it. She managed to summon it and trap it there. But she also realized that it was reading her mind. And if it figured out how she had trapped it, it would get away. So she killed herself to keep it from being able to get the way out. During some of this, Wayland had sent the Linwoods off on vacation. There's no point in them being there for 18 months. He was killed by the thing, and then they came back and they were exposed to that thing, and it wanted to know. I'm sorry, I'm a little off. It was Veronica. They came home after Veronica had finished it, and she was dead, and the thing was trapped, and the thing wanted to know how to get away. So it tortured them to death in order to try to find out, and they didn't know anything. I don't know if that's pretty much everything, but the fun is that whatever you guys write down and whatever you guys do, I'm reading your mind. So I will say odd things to you, like suddenly speaking Esperanto. And Lester, oh, that's a really good one. The thing doesn't understand what parties are, except that people come, and the only other person he'd been exposed to was Lester. So all he could think of doing was copying Lester over and over and over and over again, because he didn't know any better. This should seem perfectly normal, you know. Any other questions? I think that pretty much is everything.
So where did the boundary end? Because obviously, like you said, when we reached the car, it was a full tank of gas. So it had to have been a full tank the whole time.
Yeah, its power sort of extends out, and it's been looking for people to come by so that it can try to coerce them. So when it saw you driving on the road, and you did have a full tank of gas when you left the gas station, it just made your gasoline seem to disappear, and because it wanted to stop your car and get you to come inside. There's, some, and then the whole Evangeline thing is just, it's making this shit up to see if it can torture you long enough to where you finally figure out what's going on. And it also, whenever you talked about the statues with the sigils, they didn't know what you were talking about. Even Veronica didn't know because it couldn't see them. That interesting? Cool. Does that make sense?
Cool. Yeah.
If you guys think of any other questions, you can ask.
Good.
So
good. Like
it's a mistake within a mistake. Because at some point you guys figure out that, they're dead. We have to do something because they're dead. It's like, yeah, they're not dead. They're not even there.
Wow.
So it was
Matthew,
like Freddy Krueger, but we're awake.
Yeah, kind of. And it didn't want you to leave. So the whole snow on the ground, if you'd have tried to plow through the snow, it would have gotten colder and colder to the point where it could have killed you with coldness. It just didn't want you to leave. And it didn't start snowing until you guys suggested that. Then it started, I got to do something to keep them here.
Yeah. When it gets worse, it's like, we're gonna die if we go out there.
and then bricking up the walls and the windows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It just didn't want you to go. You're so close. And all of the stuff with the rituals and and all of that, it had pulled that from Wayland's mind when it encountered him the first time.
Now Dr. Dukas is going to carry an eternal grudge against his missing friend, Dr. Merrick, for turning him into a believer.
Hey, they got eternal life, and
That's right. Eternal.
they're
Eternal
doing
life,
one good
yeah.
thing. Their good thing is that
Just-
they're keeping Azathoth asleep.
That's
They're
right.
they're just singing in a different choir now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all Baby Shark.
That was a fun one, Tom. Thanks.
Yeah, it was great.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
running it.
It's awesome. Nice playing with you all.
Sorry, I went a little bit
Thank you. It
over.
was nice to play with you all. Nice
That's
to meet
okay.
you all. I had such a good time.
Yeah, good.
That's great.
Well, you are welcome back.
Glad to have
any of
you.
the games we run.
Yeah.
And I am sorry I went a little over. Actually, you guys did a lot of really good role playing, so I didn't want to interrupt you.
Cool. It's okay.
That's
Good
all right.
Christian hospitality.
Yeah.
Good Christian
hospitality.
hospitality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm going to be saying that all day tomorrow. Well, I can't. I
All right,
work for
everybody.
government. I'm not allowed to say it. Okay.
Thanks for the game,
Matthew-
everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Matthew told
Have a
me
good
that he's
night.
writing another story that's also got Lester Goodman in it. And I'm
Oh,
like,
cool.
oh no.
Nice.
Well, you should. Yeah, that's awesome.
Our players included Carrie Marion, Lucas Strom, Preston Firestone,
Hey.
Sean Little, and Stefan Amshi are with yours truly as the keeper of the secrets. Our club, our support for the show is provided by our patrons who are listed in our closing credits. If you'd like to show us your appreciation, please visit our Patreon page, or you can use the thanks button just below the screen. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel, and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answer any questions you might have. This is Thom Raley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck, good gaming.